Tai bičiulės ir bičiuliai, užimkit vietas, jeigu galit. Labas rytas, kurie dar stovi.
Good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. Take your seats.
Tokie visi labai gerai nusiteikę. Labas rytas dar kartelį, aš esu Aurimas, esu šio renginio moderatorius.
Good morning again. I'm Aurimas, and the moderator of this event, and I'm also the journalist, and I will be in charge of logistics, and also for you to have the event full of dialogues, full of answers to many questions you will have. And you will bring that message to others, how lifelong learning could be beneficial for all of us. And as a journalist, I'm invited usually to many conferences, press conferences. And when I see in the topic, the word education, I think this is the most important thing for the state, because so many important events are taking place in relation to that word, education. In order to have a competitive, happy society, we have to be educated and also healthy society. Please raise your hand. Who exercised this morning? Quite many people exercised this morning and moved physically, not only woke up and had morning coffee. So I'm very happy for you. I usually every morning jog for 2 or 3 kilometers. And yes, it is very difficult to make yourself to do that. But after that, you feel very happy for the entire day. So let's be active and interactive throughout this event. And let's have a very interesting day. So let's welcome Rolanda Zuoza, Vice Minister of Education, Science and Sports. So I'm very happy to see our educational community here and also partners, colleagues from European Social Fund Agency, also education suppliers, so everyone who is interested in Kursuok program. And also Ministry of Education, together with partners, implements the project Lifelong Learning. And today we gathered here to speak about one of the most important priorities or challenges, adult lifelong learning, and factors of a successful future career, and how to integrate them in the work market. So it is a necessity to have a competitive society. And this conference is a very good opportunity for us to present our novelties, which will facilitate adults' path towards new education. And also we will hear different insights from experts who participate in this program. And our overall purpose is to ensure that our citizens will have opportunities to learn throughout their lives and to become architects of their own career. So thank you everyone who participates in this project. And we have about 150 policymakers and implementers. So I believe that our joint discussion will lead to actual decisions. And we have the same measure that at least for 15,000 citizens, we will have opportunities to follow up with lifelong learning. Kursuok program has been stopped currently, and we will start again in November, restart. And I see many work groups who developed Kursuok program and also legal acts, quality insurance. And I hope that our joint actions will be successful and we will start on time. We have quite a big funding, therefore our community should seek this main goal. Because we will start this program for the second time. The first time was quite successful, I would say, but we learned from our mistakes and let's start even more successfully from the second time. And I hope everyone will add up to all those goals I've just mentioned. So I congratulate everyone, and I hope that we will still have electricity, because in the old town, electricity was shut down somehow. So I hope our event will be successful. Have a nice day.
When we have such a community, we are not afraid of any electricity blackouts, unless broadcasting could suffer a little bit, so we can be heard from far away. So we're really appreciating your congratulations, your appreciation. Together with Boguslav, we exchange a dialogue. You mentioned the number, 15,000 over Lithuania, yes? Over a year, 15,000. It seemed to me a bit too little, but okay, if you say so, it's okay. We will later on discuss how to assess this indicator, better than zero, of course, but worse than 50,000. You said 15, yeah. Dear friends, we would like to have the Danish inclusive adult education system, where 70% of people are included, are involved. You know yourselves that it's possible to get the horse to the source, to the water, but to force it to drink, it would be too difficult. So we can create so many measures, Kursuok and the measures, but to force to learn is not easy, not always. And I would like to talk to you a little bit. For the beginning, I belong to the Riesha parish. I belong to it, and we have a very interesting young priest over there. And he would say one Sunday, I don't know what to do. I have nothing to say. What shall I do? But I remember when I was taught what to do when you do not have anything to say. So you have to talk to people. So I think that it's the situation now relevant to me. But I joke. Dear friends, I'm really concerned to find out how you learn. Informally, yes, because that formal part has been fulfilled. You all have diplomas, etc., certificates. But how do you learn? Can I ask you, what do you do to grow, not to degrade, not to stand still? What is that lifelong learning for you? What does it mean for you? I undertake jobs that I have never done, and I learn by working, by doing. I learn by doing. Nice. Jonathan Sachs said in his book Moral, the Jewish rabbin, that you grow only when you do something else, or when you communicate with somebody else, with the other person, then you grow, not in solitude. And how do you learn? I would say the same as my colleagues. You undertake jobs that you have never done, and which were in my mind, but I never started to overcoming myself. Yes, we do more or less the same. We work while we learn while learning, and we're grateful when external learning is funded. Then we receive possibilities to learn. Thank you. So we'll get to you more than once. Even in particular when I have nothing to say. Your courage is great. Thank you that you dare speak. I would like to present our other speaker. Maybe while provoking, I will ask Professor Boguslavas Gruževski, how are you learning? Please come closer to us. We have a very nice definition about the professor and teacher. These are persons who learn most of all themselves. So this is a very meaningful definition of the profession of a teacher. I would like to tell a few words about you, but I would like to answer your question. I feel that he's provoking me. He likes to provoke all of us. So I think that he will say that when a person doesn't know what to do anything and he's not able to do at all anything, then he starts teaching others. So you said that, or maybe you didn't say that, but you had that idea in your mind. Okay, I pay much of my attention to improvement, but I'm really not perfect, not at all. I'm imperfect, and I fight with such things like jealousy, competition, strive to compete, etc. So I think for myself that I need to do something, and there appear new topics, and journalists invite to talk, and I decide it's not my topic. But why do people ask? Okay, if they ask, then you have to overcome yourself, and you prepare, you learn, you go deep, you delve, and then you have a very good speech. So all challenges, we have to accept them. And I'm an old-fashioned guy. I have to learn new things, understand. So external learning is needed. But in principle, I try to absorb the soft competencies that I'm going to present for you. So please raise your hands who see Boguslavas for the first time. He's quite a notorious person in our country. Okay, so I'll tell for you that this is Professor of Vilnius University. He has a nickname, by the way. May I? Anything you wish. He has a nickname as a professor of happiness because he teaches happiness. Maybe he will even share recipes of happiness. But I have only 25 minutes, so it would be difficult for me to do. Okay, thanks organizers, the ministry, that you created possibilities to talk in front of you, such a serious audience. Dear colleagues, I have those 25 minutes and time is running. So I will provide a bit more information on the slides. Then slides will be available for you. So I'll try to do my best to be on time. Briefly, the content of my presentation, 4 topics. And general principles will be presented. I was asked not to repeat things. I said something in the past, so I will try to be original, but there are some things that cannot be avoided. So I'll do that in the introduction, and then I will speak about new things, about the labor market and problems on the market and professional consulting. Some new phenomena will be presented by me. I'll then speak about Proteus, successful career model, known for the specialist and new thing in the academic field, and specializes, characterizes that experience that I should highlight while talking about the future labor market, how to advise a person sincerely, consciously, and honestly, so that the person is happy. And then at the end, I will speak about the factors of the successful career. And of course, they have a very close connection with the content of the happy life. So I'll talk about that. Dear colleagues, those two pictures are really content-based and pay attention. To the new document, which is Global Economic Forum and assessment of the future labor market, a new report, and I will briefly provide you one fragment from it, because I have too little time. One fragment from this report, and this is not an accidental example. And picture on the cover, not accidental, and they write that 2/3 of all jobs can be fulfilled by the AI, artificial intelligence. 2/3, maybe more or less, but we will not be able to discuss this question. But I can confirm that AI is a full-fledged competitor of the jobs. So this is the future. Is it good or bad? Let's leave this question unanswered. And so let's start from what I wanted to say, that today, in Lithuania, all over the world, the labor market is affected by four groups of factors. Of course, changes of demographical structure. This is a separate, a very big field. Then technological evolution, quick and of a revolutionary character, globalization of economic activity and narrowing of the production cycles, and that change is very important. Change in professions and competencies in connection with the narrowing of the production sector. I will speak about that indirectly and respectively about social changes. But in fact, each paragraph could be or deserves a separate conference, so there would be really a lot to say, and there are really endless questions. So we live in such a situation today. And concerning the labor market, so perhaps most of you know that the role of IT is so important. If you consult people, if you speak about future professions, of course, everywhere, IT, so to say, prevails. Even if you are a carpenter, a driver, any profession will be prevailed by that, because the GPSs and the accounts, their settlement are very important. Nothing to speak about high-level jobs like pedagogues, teachers. And the diversity of the forms of the employment increases. On the one side, it's good, because diversity requires another relationship with oneself or other competences. The big challenge is territorial reduction of territorial restrictions. You can live in any company of the world, all over the world, and you can work remotely. Of course, some jobs, like social jobs, which cannot be performed remotely from other countries. But when we speak about the average relationship with the labor market, there is no any restrictions, and including Lithuania. So those restrictions, territorial restrictions, are reducing. You can work and live in a more ecological environment, in the rural environment, and do the job simultaneously. And the last point is very important, general competences, or the role of soft competences. I'm emphasizing that. This is the heart, the core. When speaking about future labor market, successful career, you will see. Then I will tell you where does it arise from. But the key conclusion from this slide, I will read for you that the dynamic of the labor market and the indefiniteness are growing. This is the biggest challenge in advising other people to prepare for successful careers. And no matter how strong we are, maybe even Nobel Prize winners, even they wouldn't be able to define the final content. But on the other hand, we have to foresee, we have to form educational systems, universities, vocational schools, everywhere we have one way or another way to strengthen that preparation for future labor markets. And on the other hand, we understand, we of course perceive that indefiniteness, which is in a way a conflict, but the conflict which can be resolved. It's not a real conflict. We know what to do. Important is that we do that responsibly and in a quality manner. Here is a very unique picture from that report that I mentioned. The graph, we could talk about that, and I could spend all my time, even more. It is unique, dear colleagues, a very good picture and chart created by the Global Economic Forum. And what does it show? Competencies, which are of little significance today, and here competencies which are becoming more and more important. Present competencies important today, and these which are going to be important 5-10 years later. But what is interesting in here? Very interesting. Look, what am I writing on top? This is the secret, which doesn't have any one answer. I'm writing that the key problem is that efficiency and human development vectors divide, and they are different directions, which was not the case. Efficiency always served our humanity, increased our productivity, safety, independence from economic environment, from nature. Today we overcame nature, but we lose ourselves. I'm not showing you a map. I should show that map, which calculates the index of slow depression, chronic depression. And it is of the highest level in Scandinavian countries, by the way, countries of best welfare in the world. So efficiency is okay, but it becomes an obstacle for the humanity, for being a humane. But maybe that being a human is not a very big value today, not anymore. We are little effective. Technologies are much more effective than us, than we human beings. Where does the tension arise from while preparing for the future labor markets? So this is the forum of Global Economic Forum, and so to say, best minds collect there. And what do they say? Between professional competences that are of little importance today and will be less important in future is literacy, ability to read, write, and mathematical capabilities. Of little significance today and even less important in future. Do you understand? On the other hand, these are technological things, literacy, creative thinking. These are much more important. Very interesting. And you can see that this is a very clever decision. And by default, there is a response which is not yet clear. So being a humane is not very efficient and very beneficial or useful. So we see from those competencies, if we take the matters, how to, so if we form, the maps, so of course, we have to increase efficiency, and then we will be even more depressive. How to overcome that? How to, so to say, reconcile those things? Okay, successful career. We all know, dear colleagues, and it's important to highlight the fact that when young people come and see you, that today and in the future, as far as they can see, 50 years ahead, that a permanent, well-paid job can be guaranteed by each profession. There are no non-attractive professions in the context of a human being, of an individual. Yes. We can measure, work together with the Ministry of Education. We studied, etc. We saw clearly, and this is how we formed the programs based on attractive, non-attractive professions. But from the point of view of the human being, there are no unattractive professions. If you want to work with bees, it will be really great. So this is the most successful advice when speaking about the formation of the successful career in future in the environment of being indefinite, so to say. So there is a certain order, and if a person wants, and if we can help him or her to show the road where that person can achieve, those paragraphs that are here provided. So first paragraph, conscious choosing, conscious selection. Knowledge, of course, education are very important, mandatory. The second level is competencies, and competencies not as knowledge, but as an ability to use that knowledge, professional competence. And last, of course, soft personal competencies, ability to communicate, work according to the direction of the profession. But there are, of course, professions which do not require communication. Okay, dear colleagues, let's hurry. Future challenges, a new phenomenon of the labor market that I have never presented before. Challenges of postmodern society. Challenges. Why is it so difficult to overcome chronic depression, etc., and our psychiatric institutions, they never close, and they will never close. This is because we live through the period when traditional relationships and inflation of values is really total. And there are so many doubts, including church, and so we are left on the level of indefiniteness, so on the level of free choice. So, dear Vice Minister, you even, I noticed you looked high to the sky. Okay, I will speak from my mouth. Okay, please open the third and the fourth, all columns. Thank you. These problems come from the past, and what we can do today. We have to understand the enlargement of the role of the free choice, also increase of the personal choice and responsibility. Here we have a problem because we have another word, responsibility. Choice is okay, but what about responsibility? We cannot calculate changes as scientists because people, those changes are very recent. It's not clear how they work. We could maybe measure and say what is bad, what is good, but not definitely. So our success depends on our own personal choices. Persons come and ask. They themselves should be responsible. They come, approach us, and ask for advice. So if they come to ask, they have problems. And those problems cause other problems. And we see some slogans on the schools, on the walls of the schools. Your future is in your hands. No, that's not honest to state like that. Okay. This is the VUCA phenomenon. VUCA, these are the words, the first letters of English words. Volatility, volatility. Somebody changes the slides too fast. Okay. Uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. You see? And the authors who created that had their own ideas in mind. But maybe that is an opposition between efficiency and being a human being. But I see that ambiguity is really important to be effective and at the same time to preserve being a humane person. To multiply 5 by 8 is a norm. And nobody says that we don't need to do that. And we need to reflect on that. We cannot do that today because too little time, but I'm speaking about where does it appear from, a very serious thing, which is the characteristics of all the labor market. This is the case, and things will be even more complicated, and we need stability. Our mind requires stability, but that's a topic of another lecture. But we seek for everything to ensure stability. Scott Peck, a psychiatrist. We have a book translated. Heart. Relationship with the career. 3 directions should be highlighted. First of all, understanding of needs and capabilities. We have to understand, to know that. If we're oriented towards professional preparation, so we're really late. Very late. Very late. So nice that Vice Minister is with us, and so we have to strengthen the possibility for a young person, for a child, to start the self-perception process. Children do not know, and they are late, and they will not be able to make use of services that are proposed. So effective professions arise from internal understanding, from people themselves, well being children. So therefore, dear colleagues, this is a very rich process. When things change and our actions have to change, then flexibility is very important, of course, and then independence while taking decisions. Independence to take decisions is important in that your selection should grow from inside, from your inside, from the perception of your possibilities and abilities, not from external environment, but from you. And traditional career model, how do we behave on the labor market? So we have 2025, 15th of October. So there are 3 traditional ways. Dependent career. So this is a dependent career when our actions depend on the external impact. External impact could be parents, friends, could be employers very often. So this is one type of the career. The other type is reactive career, how external changes encourage us, in a way, force us to change when we're dismissed or sacked from our jobs. And the most frequent dominating is that rigid career when we do nothing, just we simply function based on the level of initial impulses and acquired competences. So I propose, while speaking about the future labor market, based on Douglas Hall, the USA professor, you can read more if you want. So he introduces the Proteus category career model of the successful career model. This is antique Greek father, one of the gods, and one feature which is important, and also for Douglas Hall, a particular ability to change his shape, his appearance. He could be a stone, an animal, etc. So the context is the change in essence, and not only outwardly but also internally. From the point of view of the content, and elements of the category are two. First of all, internal motivation. It is important that the person feels his needs as much as possible, but you shouldn't enforce that, but you should help that form starting from childhood, so that people understand what they want. And sometimes people do not know what they want. And the second level is flexibility. What you okay, you want something, but you have to look if you can to get what you want. So first you have to look at these things which are important for the market, and you are not here the head. There are other heads that have to create conditions for you to move ahead. Dear colleagues, then the key provisions of the Proteus model is openness for changes and attention for oneself, and ability to overcome challenges. Challenges as norms. It's very good, as you said in the beginning, to undertake new jobs, new challenges, never experienced it before. And I have to tell you another thing. Here, we see two sources, very important, for career consultants, which is a DECO report. Please bear in mind it, and there is a comment below that this is a company of international job search, which is a grand, so to say, service, including Google, etc. So each year it prepares a report on the competencies, which will be important in future. So if you advise concerning professions, look at that and take into consideration. And I enriched some fields, and I took some information from the Global Economic Forum. So my table is a bit broader and in conformity with our needs of today. And strong, hard competencies and soft competencies, you knew that, but the content is more important. So first, strategic management while using IT. Number one, people must not close themselves in their understanding. They need additional knowledge and IT technology. Then mechanical engineering, a very important field. Marketing and promotion and data analysis and cybersecurity. These are high-level competencies, but they also write that the carpenters' prospects are very good. Nurses, social workers, absolutely will be needed, and they are closely associated and well stabilized for future progress. Not only IT, not only mechanical engineering. That's why I'm showing that. And in the text, they describe also less qualified professions, which will be needed, and they can guarantee stability for people. So I advise you to read this report. And dear colleagues, there are soft competencies. You see the same creativity, leadership, and another thing, management of crisis and stresses. It's an exceptional competence. Whatever good competences are hard competences, you will not make it without soft competences. We have a quarter age crisis, the phenomenon that involves 80% of the age groups, 80% of people who have educations, professions, and income. These are not losers. No, we do not speak about losers. It's clear about losers, but these people become not clear, and so they have problems of depression. So bear in mind how important soft competencies are. And the last here, I see time management. I think that I did that as they proposed. I would rise that time management, because time management, failure to manage time brings start to depression. So big challenges. And key things, dear colleagues, since I do not have more time, and the moderator is afraid that he will not be able to manage me. But I am mindful, so I'll try to finish soon. These are things in relation with happiness. Today, we have a very different career concept and understanding, perception. We, like me, were growing in the context of the career, which was predefined by external factors. So we teach, we learn, we become professors, which is not irrelevant today. So the key thing now is satisfaction, internal satisfaction. It becomes the content of the career. And I am emphasizing here the career is a certain dynamic of the identity of the individual, a certain dynamics. And satisfaction is the base of that identity dynamic. So we have to be satisfied with the activities. Career is deemed much, much broader today. It involves free time, family life, etc. If we take a career of the father who has many children, so if he is satisfied, everything is okay. So here I repeat that in the modern system, the same dependence will remain. The successful career is the factor of motivation and flexibility. So motivation remains in that VUCA conditions, in those VUCA conditions, internal motivation, internal stability, soft competencies and soft competencies ensure stability. So while finishing, I would like to say that I thank you, and please make your career, do your careers as your creations. Thank you.
Profesoriau, ačiū Jums labai. Dėkui už tokį pozityvų.
We thank the professor for a very constructive, positive speech. And yeah, the professor has to disappear. He has students to teach. This is my phone. Don't take my phone. Really, everybody's in a hurry these days. When I read OECD reports, which assess levels of education, problems, etc., so they always emphasize one thing, that learning depends a lot on a positive learning environment. Will you agree with me? And Professor mentioned depressions of young people and culture of stress that we witnessed recently and lately, and suicides, yes, of young people. Yeah, there is a lot to think over, to reflect. So responsibility of the environment, including me as a holder of the microphone, is really large responsibility. And I was reflecting over the stress. And I remember one cardiological study for me. I was 45 years ago, so I was cardiologically tested, and I was running the bicycle, and then they asked me to get off and wait and not to take off all the equipment. So why? Because they say it's important in what time all your pulse and heart will return back to the equilibrium, to the balance. So you see how soon my body will recover from that stress experience while working hard. So that was a lesson for me to think how soon you can return back to your mental balance, because chaos, information chaos in the world, is really hard to overcome. So dear friends, I would like now, I planned one or more question, but we have no time, and the professor ran away, so we cannot ask him. Maybe let's invite Inga Abramavičienė. And we know that she's a psychologist, and she's here. You are modestly, you are very modest and a very interesting person, because you will help us get inside the minds of young people and how it could be possible to find that button, miraculous button, to activate the minds towards the better. Thank you very much, dear participants of the conference. I expect I will have 25 minutes, but I have to be very quick. I am a career consultant, and I will share my empirical experience and also experience of my colleagues with whom I work. My presentation, I expect, will complement Mr. Boguslavas' presentation. Once again, I would like to emphasize that the new concept that we are authors of our lives is really true. It so happens that we live in a very interesting times. Technology develops so fast that people are not able to absorb them, and each person over her life at least 2-3 times rethinks the situation of her career or take important relating decisions. Of course, each of us accumulate unique work experiences, and we learn, and we also want to be compatible with our personal happy life, with self-expression, free time, and find time for learning and, of course, job and work. And indeed, I think that the road of the career is closely related with our feeling of responsibility, and namely a person forms his career path while taking important decisions, while selecting, choosing. When we choose professions, we choose lifestyles as well. And irrespective of the age, each person can find meaningful goals, meaningful purposes, which is our source of energy and motivation. I would like to remind, frankly, who is newly discovered today and intensively read in Lithuania, a neurologist, psychiatrist, who lived through Holocaust and noticed certain things of the 20th century that are characteristic of us today as well. We see that the skills that were important then are also important now, which is flexibility. And he said that flexibility is always demanded from a human being, adapt to possibilities provided by life, and that many persons who would approach him would feel meaningless, without meaningful life, no value, etc. And he said that it's not important, the profession is not so important, what we do, etc. Much more important is how we work, how we do, and whether we are in our place. And while consulting, I always say that quite many people today, with so quick development of technologies, require from people new skills, new personal traits, and people feel being not in their own shoes, not in those shoes that they would like to be. So our mission of the career consultants to help people trod those first steps to achieve big changes. And I would like to remind an American writer who was interested in digital revolution technological development, and he worked in the 20th century. He talked about the 21st century, and he said that those will be uneducated who will not be able to read or write, not those who are not able. That's joy for people, and if we want to be happy, we have to change and learn. And then it is possible to put to speak about everything as equal things. But I will start from lifelong learning. We are accompanied by lifelong learning all the time, formally, informally, and then there appears a necessity to accept career-related decisions, to manage one's careers, and this is an uninterrupted process. And because we all want welfare, live well ourselves and for our families, to feel happy, to be full-fledged. And of course, if we work and learn and we are happy and we set examples for our children, we bring that feeling of happiness to our families. This way, we create a more happy environment. So lifelong learning is a base of the creation of the happy society in which we want to live, and we are already living in it. Consultants of the career often contribute to the platform of Kursuok because people select several learning programs or do not know where and to learn, how to learn, and we help them, we guide them to orientate themselves. We point to their lacking competencies. And I would like to present a possibility to approach as career consultants, and maybe not all know about us. And I would like to say that this is a national adult career consulting service available for all Lithuanian people, by the way, starting from 18 years of age and above, irrespective of where people live, in rural or city environments, available to all. And our consultations can be provided in both ways, remotely, physically, etc. You can register, of course, through the emails. This is the most popular way to register. The client has a possibility to communicate with the consultant of the initial level. You can register by telephone as well, and we invite you to visit our Facebook page, which is called Krypties Compass, as the compass of the direction. And you can contact us through the messenger. And in the platform, we have also a lot of useful information and also a chat box, which can also be used to contact the initial consultant. And so here we are, a team of career consultants. We provide services, sometimes we are invisible. So I would like to present my colleagues, and our goal, our purpose is to contribute to the platform Kursuok, to strengthen it, and while rendering consultations to people. What did we do? What did we achieve? The service appeared at the end of February, and 6-7 months of initial consultations to 565 people and deep consultations to 251 persons. Each person, concerning initial consultations, each person can contact many times, no limits, with different questions. Now, deeper consultations, since they last from 1 hour to 1 hour and a half, so 3 cycles are proposed from 1 to 3 consultations. Average today is 2.5 consultations, so most make use of 3 consultations. And we invite you to approach, to contact us, or to encourage others to contact us if you know about those others that they need our services. This is the picture of our client. We are applied mostly by people from 30 to 39 years of age, 40% of such people. and 29% from 20 to 29. I speak about the deep consultations because we do not have any statistics concerning primary consultation. 19% from 40 to 49 years of age. So, generally speaking, quite labor-able people apply, and from 30 to 39 is in particular important. Perhaps you heard that in the minorhood and the crisis lasts. People mature later, somewhere by 21 years of age. And whereas the middle age crisis, of course, people discuss whether there is any such thing. We can call it as a transition of the middle age, but it became more early. And 30, 39 years people, they are already able to earn money for their living, are able to satisfy needs, but all of a sudden they understand they want something more, they want to be needed, and they are in the IT areas, but they want to work more with people. So these people over-assess, over-evaluate their interest, priorities, and values, and this way they are pliers. And we would like to say that males, I would say, they are less supplies, but we are very happy that 1/3 of our clients are men who accept our support and they share their situations of the career. Our client is mostly a working person, an educated person, university or non-university educations, 85%. And therefore, we would like to urge all people who have different educations, suppliers, and maybe there are people who do not know about us. And we also have the following situation. Mainly citizens of Vilnius, Klaipėda, and Kaunas suppliers. We have cases when foreign Lithuanians also real clients, people who feel well in their working positions, work according to their calls, do not want to change anything. Things are good for them. They are not our clients. And we had only one case that one person who was working physically applied us of lower, and people of low education apply us much less, more rarely, or longer unemployed persons. So they're very rare clients. And people who doubt that new skills can contribute to improvement of their life quality. So they are not our clients. They don't believe. So we as career consultants help overcome challenges and difficulties that arise for people on the labor markets. And we now enumerate the key needs of the clients. What are the biggest requests? So first, people apply concerning dissatisfaction with their current works, overburning. And what else could be good for them? We could ask ourselves. That could provide joy. I will not enumerate all, but some of them. People sometimes are lost, they do not know their wish, they do not know where to move, and a very important topic is self-realization, hunger for that, and the need for meaningful activity, which arise maybe not during the first consultation, but during the third or fourth. And I noticed that people quite often have no visions for future. They live in a mist, and when we clarify their career visions, so we form long-term goals and steps to move towards them. And many people would like maybe to set up their own businesses, to change directions of careers, mistrust themselves, are not confident, and feel different barriers and obstacles. We try to divide by main topics of the consulting concerning the career. We see learning and requalification is only 8%. Here we have people who focus only about learning, to learning. So they select from two training programs, teaching programs. So this topic was the main for them. And nearly 50% of people apply us because they want to change the direction of their career. They want to plan changes, take decisions. And as we see, labor searches, preparations for the talks with the employees are included. Self-knowing, self-recognition of senior people is insufficient, and they're very glad with the possibility to analyze themselves. And we as career consultants, we try to do our best to look at a person as an entirety, a holistic approach. I am for many years in this field of career, and earlier we had projects, many projects, but they were fragmented. But now the generation grew up, they are 30 years old, and they felt the benefit of those programs, even when they feel that they are short of self-knowledge. And maybe I still have time. Maybe you can leave time for questions. Oh, I have a lot to say. So, in the process of career consulting, we each want for the same, to be happy. We want sustainability, flourish. We want to be on that right side. So, career consultants, namely, they help overcome those difficulties. If people are short of skills, we assess competencies and which skills could be transposed and which could be developed additionally. If people feel incompetent in certain fields, we still look for some internal resources, strong sides. We try to reveal them. If a person is not able to adapt, feels dysfunctionally, then we try to concentrate to the potential of the personality, which are really bigger, higher than people think, than they reveal on the labor markets. And each person, they have their own internal conflicts, barriers, obstacles. To overcome that, again, they need to have future visions. They help. Having of those future visions help a lot. Of course, we have some traumas from the past, etc. And the career plan helps us make specific steps and forget failures in order to move towards success. So the work of the career consultant is so meaningful because they invite clients to live full-fledged lives while using their their possibilities that are already in them. Questions that arise during consultations that people cannot ask, cannot understand activities that could contribute to their happiness. But yes, they have to ask why I'm here, what is my call, am I moving towards my goals successfully or not, and what is the business of all my life. So results of the consultations. What do people say? They say that they selected direction of the career, took important decisions, started being more confident, internal motivation, strengthened, understood better their needs, and foresaw long-term career goals and personal improvement goals, foresaw what they could learn, and responded to themselves to the questions about the values most important for them and which values should be cherished at work, and there appeared a certain broader thinking about one's own future. This is what our clients say. So I'm moving towards the end. So these are comments of our clients of what they say about our consultations, that all three meetings exceeded their initial expectations, and it became much more clear for them how to construct their careers, more self-confidence in pursuing career goals, understanding that if I want to achieve something, I have to risk going that road. Of course, I cannot read everything. We have very, very good comments and assessments. People thank us. They change their lives to the better, and we are very happy with that. Of course, we cannot follow them. later on. But they're right that they managed to employ themselves, that some failed, but didn't took it very seriously, and they will go to other discussions with the employees. And some guys, one guy came from the service in the army, was so much afraid, but then he said that thanks to us, he acquired courage, and although the first attempt was a failure, because of unexpected questions, second attempts will be better. And for the end, I would like to say that clients thank for that our consultations are exhaustive, that we are sincere, work from our own hearts, and that they found desired jobs, although they never believed they would be able to find their jobs. So we feel quite needed. And I invite all of you to think about yourselves, about your situations, positions, well, your calls. And maybe you sometimes reflect over changes, possibilities to learn. So I invite you to be more active, not only to think, but to do, to act, because that can render you not only motivations to perform everyday tasks, but also inspire, feel living meaningful lives. So I wish you meaningfulness in your everyday lives. Thank you so much, Inga, for your insights, that you shared them. A question is allowed. One short burning question. Please raise your hands. I talk too much. Talk you. I will ask. My job is to ask. Please get the microphone, because people have to hear. Communicating with business people, I often ask questions. They have two groups of people. Some are very strong with their knowledge, very competent, one group. The other group, people of a very good nature, characters, not very brilliant in their minds. So whom will they select? A very interesting question. And majority of businessmen raise their hands for being good characters, because knowledge can be provided by artificial intelligence. But when you are of a bad character, then it's really a disaster. And one person stood up and said, so I pay attention to people in the sense if they like to do what they do, if they have that internal joy. They like to fix computers, to fix cars, and I see that that's a passion. So I need such people, passionate people. So of course, modern youth, and somebody said very accurately, that they are like ducks. Why? Why like ducks? In our times, things were different. More concentration, they had clear goals, and now it's a duck because the duck does nothing good. Neither swims well, no walks well, no runs well, little bits of everything. So the contemporary student is a multitasking, a little bit of everything. Would you agree? A bit of that, a bit of this, etc. But youth is so diverse, and in each generation there are people who go to the width, to knowledge. It's important for them to acquire a lot of knowledge, and others go more towards depth. And if you collect competencies, then this is the width, and this is not always good. So what is better? Balance, a balance between deep and broad. Okay. This week is also a period of presenting Nobel Prizes in all areas, chemistry, physics, peace, etc., literature. And several years ago, I talked to the laureate of the Nobel Prize, Robert Schiller, in economics. He was in Lithuania, and we were interviewing him in the radio. And they told to him, "Dear professor, how many students do you have?" He said, "Above 15,000 students, and I teach them remotely." But he said, I asked, "What are you thinking mostly now?" And he said very simply, "I am thinking most of all where people will be used when they will not be needed." So yes, things can be dramatic. People will not be needed. Their jobs will not be needed. It's difficult to be a prophet. And by the way, I'm thinking about that recently a lot. I'm concerned, really, and sometimes I even think that 100 years later, I would like to see the scene of the world. It would be interesting. I think that people will return back to crafts. People will be more creative, will be involved in creative work. There can be many things, not only crafts. Science will flourish, perhaps communication between human beings will be a huge value, live communication. Nothing can replace live communication, emotional connection, and the lack of that causes mental problems, depressions. People feel lonely. But dear ladies and gentlemen, do you have questions? Very interesting topics, global topics. And I would like to add that you can discuss and advise ChatGPT concerning career planning. And sometimes they show what they propose. And anything I would ask, they put down everything. So how would I select? Too much is offered. So career consultants will be really needed in order to provide specific person-based, person-tailored consultations. Okay, this is a good note to finish. And then we will return back to a more active part of our conference later on. So Thomas Putis is with us. And there are two things that never change. What are they? One, somebody said Thomas never changes. No, that I'm stuck in my career ladder, so to say, for 22 years in the radio news. And you also in the same position in the Ministry of Education many, many years. So I am really rigid. So is this such a stability value or not? I don't know. Okay, for me personally, maybe this could be a value. I am not planning to become a career consultant. Will bureaucrats be needed in this world? And how does artificial intelligence help us here? There are many, many documents, and we have to write them. The AI is not going to help us write them. But dear colleagues, I thank you for being here. Yes, we are been meeting for many years, and I see many familiar faces, but there are also new faces. So that means that this theme, which is growing and changing, is interesting. People respond to the relevances of the changing world. And my presentation is going from philosophy to practice. It can seem to be boring, etc. But I expect that this is really relevant for most of you, because I believe that over the last years, and not only believe but feel that lifelong learning, adult learning, this theme is increasing in importance. Yes, thanks to us. Sometimes we too much emphasize that, but this is again good because that gives rise to new processes that can be developed, and I believe that we can improve the situation, all of us jointly. I would like to recall what is Kursuok. This is career consultation tool, part of the system. So I would like to recall why it appeared, how appeared, how lucky we were in the first year, and in the second year we were not lucky in the second year, a little bit lucky, and because we had pauses, and I believe that we will return back to the ether actively, and that we will not explode that ether with negativities, rather with positivities jointly in terms of ideas and contents. And so let's return back to the screens. If we look at the Lithuanian situation, to how successful we were concerning adult education, etc., we are not shining. If we look from aside to Lithuania, we can enjoy big changes of the country over the recent years. But if we look at our inclination to improve, at least with the boring statistics says, so there is room for improvement, a big room, concentration of investments, etc., is so badly needed for Lithuania. In terms of participation scopes, we are not shining. In the general European context, we were somewhere in the middle or even lower that average. And we projected big challenges for ourselves, because today, when about 30% of people take part in the learning, so it's too little. So we think about 53.7. And even that number will be lower than the general average of Europe, because there are countries which are so strongly learning, and their learning is a very strong cultural tradition and predefined by many, many factors, by people, their bigger motivations, bigger motivation routes, etc. And how did our thinking and journey of the individual systems appear? So it was born based on three main inspirations. First, I will start from the strategy of skills. Lithuania prepared together with OECD Lithuanian skills strategy, which had to be a very big incentive for Lithuania to rethink what we do, how we improve as a state. And one of the recommendations said that persons need to have a certain platform to find information about possibilities. And then it was important that we had an educational agreement recording similar goals, and specifically the European Commission, European Council approved recommendations concerning the accounts of learning. The Commission assessed our works even before the approval of those recommendations, but in general, these are the most components. And we're often asked, what is that Kursuok? What does it mean? What is that system of accounts? The system of the accounts of individual learning. We call it IMP, where people can find information about proposals of quality learning. And we'll try to strengthen this so that we have financial interventions of more than 2 sectors to improve competencies. The circle of our clients who seek to take part in the learning sessions increases. And of course, the circle of future clients is also large. And so these numbers maybe are not very happy, but maybe we will be more successful in future, in the nearest future. Okay, funding and results to be achieved, to be sought. not very impressive numbers.
Tai čia tikrai yra patys telefonų daug pakelta. Iš karto matau, sakiau, kad skaičiai ir finansai įdomiausia dalis.
So numbers are always important, and you are photographing. But these are minimal numbers that are needed for the state. And if we put together all investments from different sources in Lithuania, so these numbers would be much, much higher. And funding today arrives from the RF sources, from traditional structural funds, regional development funds, etc. And the purpose is to have a sustainable, clear funding and understanding how the state can self-fund using its own budget while understanding essential need to improve, to ensure improvement, of personal improvement. So if we jump a bit further to the intentionality and context, so the further the more people emphasize that adult learning possibilities, improvement possibilities must be a must, not a possibility for some happy people, but a request and necessity that each, when they want, that they need, should have that possibility, that it is a real possibility, a real specific assistance and support from the side of employers, etc. And how lucky we are. The slide is called Demography and Geography of Participants, results of 2021, and here more women participated that in career consultations, men participated less, age 30, 40 plus, the most active audience, bigger cities and towns of Lithuania, they win as usual. If we look at the proportion by cities and towns, so Anykščiai would stand out, was a town where the number of their residents was quite large. So the picture of the first year is clear. And we were set a tone. We knew what we have to do, how ensure development, and that each person, not only people in Vilnius and Kaunas, but also people in small towns would have possibilities to learn. And incentives of the decisions. 4. First, the working group, setting up of the working group. So I thank everyone, all participants of that working group, of that task force, which was discussing what was possible to change. Then we had 2 external analysis, like special investigation service and internal audit conclusions, and also the programs, market, price analysis. So 4. These 4 pose and the picture that I showed before was an incentive to move ahead, to look where we can improve and how we can become better. So today we have prepared some document packages that regulate the working of the system, administration, funding, quality assurance, and then maybe I can get over to the question, what's next, which is really relevant. What's next? So I will review the sources of the changes and what benefits we expect. One of the problems was discussed a lot, etc., criticized, is pricing. The price of the programs became by 500 euros, about 500 euros, the price, but having assessed and looked deeper and compared hourly pricing with the market, nevertheless, we do not see something really a tragedy, any tragedies. So then our price of the Kursuok program was even less and lower than the average of the prices. Another problem that we face, minimum duration of the program, 54 hours. And some had shorter programs and were selling them but wanted to travel to the system. So the system encouraged to adapt and to work and to enlarge the length of the program. Other factors, we see a need that shorter programs could arrive, yes, and suppliers will be able to arrive with focus programs, shorter programs. So this is one, because they could be shorter. So we believe that you will have that motivation to arrive with a shorter focused content and the possibilities for the person to make use maybe of more than one learning program, 2 or even 3. Other important thing, commitment of the person, personal commitment. So I think that in the course of the next year, we will put together the model of co-funding. Important that a person would not look at that state support as a present, as a gift, because this is money that is allocated for the improvement of the competencies. So people should also provide their financial, so to say, involvement. And I believe that that will be the case. And the third paragraph, the third element is important. Based on the analysis about the averages on the market and what is sought at the present time while working with the colleagues of the European Social Fund Agency, who are finalizing proposals concerning the limits of the pricing, speaking about the hourly price based on the duration of the program and other circumstances. That doesn't limit the suppliers. And suppliers can set such prices as they see them. And the state has its own limits, and that is important. And the person who is selecting a more accessible program will have to prepare, so to say. And that is a co-funding model already. And what else is important? We saw on the market quite diverse advertisements, and not necessarily during Christmas or Easter, and that prices should be fair and honest. So what is announced in Kursuok and behind the limits of the system should be compatible. Another problem indicated by many institutions that provided proposals is namely the process of prioritizing and the process of involvement, adaptation. And the results of the first year did not cover all the country. And the concentration is traditional in the biggest cities and towns. And at the start of the year, we had also another problem, cracking processes because of the huge interest from people, many people interested. And they registered very quickly in abundance, and that would prevent from proper funding. And so we know that maybe other people who had lower skills, low educations were prevented from taking part, from applying, which is, of course, a shortcoming. All those problems are known by us. We will be eliminating them. as on the right side is depicted. So first, the process of admission from momentary, we get over from momentary process to registering over a certain period of time, not so quickly. The standard process agreed 2 months for registration, then 1 month for other processes with in relation with competition, with signing the agreements, etc. And then we travel to the process of learning. This year will not be able to have all this full cycle because we experience a big financial tension. So, in principle, the personal selection will be eliminated during the first or second of the working of the system. So we have a huge request to the suppliers, to your communication. We need to understand all together that there will be no meaning for the future clients to experience, the psychological pressure to select as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, momentary, instantaneously. But people should select what is most important for them. So I believe that we'll overcome that factor of urgency to select, to choose urgently. So I think we will resolve this problem, this difficulty, and people will be more considerate towards a more clever choice, slower and more clever, more well thought. Another important thing, the queues, the lines of competition lines. Of course, putting together all persons to the queues allow us to select priorities. We see those priorities based on the recommendations of the European Commission to create conditions for people who need to learn more than others of lower skills, lower educations, and those lower skills understood using the criteria that are named in that second point. Focus to the level of participation, was speaking of people with certain levels of disability. So levels of disability, and YAC research and study shows that there are inequalities in Lithuania, in particular speaking about regions. So investments to regions, to their residents in smaller towns and cities is important. And then also low education should be borne in mind. And of course, we see the data of employment agency. We clearly see again a certain distribution concerning participation of people, their activeness and threats out from those markets. So some priorities were directed to age groups and other technical moments in order we do not create excessive diversity and possibilities which will never be realized. We have a goal to have certain limits, restrictions to suppliers, concentrating not to hundreds of people, and if we have one or several programs, that each program could have at least 2 groups for initial registration. And there is a plan to change priorities of admission, because today we are limited by funds, and those people who are labor-aged until 65 can use them or have higher qualifications. So we plan, so to say, to get rid of those restrictions in the nearest future. And the third moment is quality. Quality programs is the foundation of the system. Of course, we can manage slow, quick connection processes. Changes can change, but we must ensure that programs speak about what they have to be about, what we need us, what people need, what the state needs. And it has to ensure diversity and personal choice. Therefore, that thought doesn't change in the system. We have most diverse programs, general competencies, professional competencies, have a distribution to programs which develop digital competencies and the ones that develop other competencies or other competencies. And having reviewed the picture, general picture, we see, of course, things that have to be changed. So the first thing is to purify the competencies, digital competencies, to purify them, so to say. But the browse design hardly can be a program with exceptional competencies because it's just the browse or the hear, etc. So supplies honesty must be important and borne in mind. And when new requirements appear, and having purified the types of digital competences should improve the situation. And the suppliers and their offers, so appeal to their honesty. And I believe that while seeing changes, you will be able to, so to say, purify the content of the portfolios of your programs, and we will be able to have such services in the system, within the system, such programs that will not request any explanations, justifications, etc., that everything will be clear. A high added value is very important. Necessary to mention that coming of high added value competences in the system predefines requirements. Earlier, there were no requirements, and now, yes. So added value competences are really important. And the conditions, more stringent and softer conditions. Who deserves what? So honesty is very important here. And there were rumors that advertisement says one and reality is different. So suppliers will have to provide information about their speakers, about lectors, about their teachers. So you have to be honest. I emphasize that now and again. So you have to, so to say, adapt to changes and requests and needs. And now validity of the programs. So if for 18 months people are not collected, there are no people, it will have to be removed from the system. Always possible to come back while reviewing the contents. But if not relevant, they will be removed, eliminated. And last, intermediate assessment that should appear in the course of the next year, this year. Coordination and approval of the documents. So we will be able to start with all the processes, and we plan that at the end of November, or maybe in the middle, within that period, we should start out with the registration of the participants to the progress. And until then, all those processes will take place that were mentioned in the part of the quality of the programs. So we will have to assess the suppliers who perform the program, supply digital programs. Then after the registration, we'll have approvals of the documents. And next, agreements, contracts between suppliers and participants, signing of those agreements. And we realistically see that the process of learning can start in the beginning of January, maybe even at the end of December. So we will speak about that with suppliers. We will organize consultations for them. They have already received information that this Friday will be another consultation, so we'll be able to travel up to the technical level, and future is important. So the system Kursuok didn't stop with this year. Next year we have a goal to develop, to grow, and sustainability and funding are very important. We have to analyze our system throughout, so to say, possibilities of the state, how to ensure the right of people to the genuine improvement, Next, Kursuok system is not a system for one direction, for the investments of the Ministry of Education. so employment service will be engaged. That means that their clients will start using the system for their selections, for their choices. And there are many other directions which I believe will be purified and implemented over the coming decade. Thank you, dear colleagues. I had to hurry a lot to finish on time, but I hope that we will be able to move towards quality and overall welfare. Thank you so much.
Ačiū Tomai jums.
Thomas, we thank you
Ačiū už išsamų tokį
for
pristatymą.
an exhaustive presentation.
Kalbėtume, tai
Spoke slower. It would be maybe better, more comprehensive, but you are a fast speaker. But it's okay. I saw that people were taking pictures of your slides. Yeah, so people were quite annoyed, I noticed. We're really following your presentation. Okay, in one slide you showed that the intermediate assessments in that program should be made at the end of 2025, but on another slide we see that will start only in December in the best case, or in January. So why is that so? The idea is that all programs, maybe, okay, I cannot come back to the slide. Okay, Ken. Okay, look, the funding of this year should start this year, because this is this year's funding. October, February, yes, we will start off. And the assessments that you mentioned, here we have in mind assessment of the digital competencies. And all programs that are within the system, they do remain in the system. Nothing is removed, dropped out, etc. They will be able to appeal for the funding for digital competencies and funding for all other general competencies. They remain. And we saw that not all programs that mark themselves for the digitality correspond or comply with that norm. So the assessments will be made prior to the start of the program, that it is clear that from which part of the funding travels to the person and your programs. Okay, it's not clear, still not clear. Do you plan to include in the system national security priority, drone management programs, cybersecurity, etc.? What about that? Thank you for this question. We do have such programs, yes, in particular drone management. I do not have numbers, but there are in place. If you speak about some very specific dimension, then yes, there is no any such change today. But if we look at the general working of the system, we will have to review some priorities. And our goal is to travel in the course of next year, to travel to the rethinking of the priorities. And we'll have a monitoring commission of human resources in order to agree how otherwise we can prioritize things in the system of Kursuok in order to ensure what we most need. Another question arises from everybody, starting from Vice Minister to all of you. What is that a question? Will there be any coffee break? So let's have 20 minutes coffee break, because it's too difficult to sit and listen for 2 hours in a run. Okay. Don't use any IE program, Copilot, ChatGPT, not entirely, not at all. Never, never communicates with this world. Confess, please, admit. You never use. Are there any such people? No? No use of AI. Raise your hands. Never. And there are hands, by the way. Perhaps you know a story of the Nobel Medical Award. The laureate, he received, 3 scientists received an award for the discoveries in autoimmune diseases. When the body starts fighting itself without proper working of recognition system, and the Nobel Committee couldn't access the nominee because he went out to walk and he likes digital detoxification, switching off all his devices, and this is a symbolic escape from informational chaos and tries to clean his head because that informational noise really attacks us a lot. So, but it's not about this presentation going to familiarize you. So, learning with artificial intelligence. And Sharunas asked him to introduce him as a radio journalist and enthusiast of technologies. Thank you, Aurimas. And I have only 5 minutes of the ether in the news radio. And in those 5 minutes, I try to review technological novelties and share processes of the world. And if you feel that you lag behind with the AI, don't be worried too much. Even professionals fail. So this is an innovation, a breakthrough period, and we lag behind. And I have to talk how AI changes learning. And for the end, I would like to share how to use that in our everyday life. Adults who learn constantly. And what would be earlier a diploma that could take you through your life with your competence. So today it loses its importance, very quickly loses, because we all have constant change in place. So therefore, constant learning is needed. Let's get over to the business. A technological enthusiast and educational enthusiast I am, because I work with those systems for over 10 years. And maybe you know about that start that I am going to use to involve you. But I am a specialist of disinformation. I came to deceive you, and your purpose is to avoid that deception. Where is the picture created by artificial intelligence, A or B? B? Okay. It's a nice division in Lithuania, half. We have 2 halves. And in fact, we have a picture. One funny thing, we corrected my slides 3 times because of errors. And when I sent the PDF file, we transferred it to PowerPoint, new mistakes evolved. So I'm very sorry for potential mistakes. So let's pretend there are no any mistakes. So the picture on the left, artificial intelligence, and on the right side, no. So I deceived you, at least half of you. A or B? Where is AI? Or B? Okay, we have a certain division. The guy is happy with salad. But not real. Artificial intelligence, and B, yeah, a woman can enjoy salad, real salad, genuine salad. So A or B?
Tai čia kaip dezinformacijos specialistas apgavau didžiąją dalį.
So I deceived most of you. On the right side
Čia tai yra ilgas išlaikymas, o čia yra
is a long
intelekto nuotrauka.
exposition, and that
Tai
one
tiesiog
is
toksai,
an
vėlgi,
AI picture.
Atsidaro sklendė, praeina šviesa ir tada tas
So the
fejerverkas
light
atrodo
pierces
kitoks,
through,
negu iš
and
tikrųjų
that
būtų.
fireworks seems
Kas
a
yra
bit
dar labai
different than
įdomu,
it
tai
should be.
iš esmės mes, kai kalbame
In fact, when we speak
apie
about
dirbtinį intelektą, kai kalbame apie
AI,
dezinformaciją šiai dienai, kas yra
about
tikrai labai svarbu,
disinformation,
mes
which
iš
is
esmės
really
neatskiriam
important,
vizualų, ką ką tik
we
matėm, tiesiog
can't
virtualiai žaidžiam
distinguish
paprastuoju būdu, mes nebeatskiriam, kas
reality
yra
from
kurta
fiction,
dirbtinio intelekto, kas yra
whereas
technologija.
AI was a
Bet
real,
buvo
genuine
padarytas tyrimas,
picture.
ką irgi mėgstu
But a
pasidalinti,
study was
tiesiog,
made
kad suprastume, kokioj situacijoj
to
šiandien esame.
understand where we
Tai
are
tyrimas yra
today.
toksai, kad įsivaizduokit 10 milijonų pokalbio
10
langelių, 1,5
million
milijono vartotojų ir įsivaizduokit, kad jūs
discussion
esat vienas
windows,
iš tų
million
dalykų.
of
Ir pokalbio
interlocutors,
langelyje
and you are
kalbat
one
su
of them.
žmogum
And you
keletą
speak
minučių arba su
with a
dirbtiniu
person for
intelektu
several
ir
minutes,
turit pasakyti, su kuo
or
jūs
with
kalbėjot.
AI, and you
Pažymėkite
have to
tiesiog, su
say
kuo kalbėjot.
what
Tai tik
we're talking
60%
to.
žmonių
Only
atsakė teisingai.
60% of people
Tai reiškia,
provide
kad mes
correct
netgi
answers. That
pokalbio
means
duomenis
we can't
susirašinėdami
distinguish.
nebegalime
When we
atskirti.
correspond,
Ir
when
tas,
we
na,
talk, we
toksai
cannot distinguish
asmeninis
anymore.
asistentas, kurį galim
And that
susikurti
personal
patys iš
assistant then
pačios,
we
tiesiog
can create
naudodami paprastą mokamą
while
generatyvinį
using
įrankį
a
kaip
very simple
ChatGPT. Mes
generative
galim jam
tool as
pasakyti, koks
ChatGPT. We
norime,
can
kad
tell
jisai
him
būtų ir jisai taip bendraus.
about
Tai reiškia,
our
mes galim
wishes.
sukurti jį bet kokį.
So we
Tas
can
yra
create it
išties labai
anyway,
įdomu.
anyhow, which is really
Ir šiek
interesting.
tiek Europos statistikos pagalvojau, kad verta
And some
taip
European
pakalbėti,
statistics,
dėl to, kad apskritai na, tos
some numbers,
technologijos na,
because
keičia apskritai
technologies,
įvairius
they
verslo sektorius,
change in
ir
general
švietimo
different
sektorius
business
be
sectors,
išimtis.
including
Ir
educational
čia yra
sector,
įdomus dalykas, kad
no exception.
na, bent
Interesting
jau
to notice
bazinės
that
skaitmeninės
at least the
kompetencijos
basic
arba
digital
geros, geresnės
competencies
skaitmeninės
or
kompetencijos
better digital competencies,
šiuo atveju Lietuvoje
in this case in Lithuania, make
52,9%
up
žmonių
only
gali. Tai reiškia,
52.9.
kad na, esame tokiam viduriuke, kaip
So
matote,
we are in the middle,
bet turbūt,
and
na, jeigu galvojame apie tas
if we
esminės
speak about
kompetencijas,
those
kurių reikia šiai
essential
dienai, ko ir
competencies that we
ateičiai,
need today
aišku,
and for
galvojame apie
future,
mankštuosius dalykus,
we
kas yra be
think
galo
about soft
svarbu,
things,
ta prasme,
which
tai
is
yra labai, labai
enormously
svarbu,
important,
krizinis
very,
mąstymas ir
very
visi kiti
critical
dalykai,
thinking,
lyderystės
all
įgūdžiai
other
ir taip
things
toliau.
like leadership
Bet
skills,
skaitmeninės
etc.
kompetencijos yra
But
įtraukti
digital
gan didelės
competences
ir aš irgi dažnai
become
mėgstu
an
iliustruoti,
inseparable
jeigu jūs
part of our
norite
life.
pabėgti į
If you
gamtą ir
want
sukti
to
medų, jau
flee
vis
to
tiek reikės
nature
socialinių tinklų,
and make
na,
honey,
jūs
you
išmesti jūsų medų
will
anksčiau,
need
negu visi
social
gamina medų,
networks
kad
anyway.
galėtumėt savo
In
parduoti,
any
kad
case, in
turėtumėt
order
kam
to
jį
sell,
parduoti. Tai
in order
jeigu
you have
esat verslininkas,
clients.
jūs vis tiek
So
turite būti
if
bent jau
you
kažkiek technologijos
produce
specialistas arba pirkti
honey,
darbuotojų
you
specialistų tą
have to buy
kompetenciją, kad jums
competencies and services of technological
medų
specialists
įneštų į tą
who would
internetą, kad visi
prepare a
galėtų įsigyti.
market for you.
Dėl ko tai yra dar svarbu?
And why is that important?
Įdomi statistika, kuri iš esmės
Interesting
pakeičia
statistical
mokymąsi ir
data,
apskritai švietimą.
how we
Ir čia
understand
analogiją
education.
puikiai veikia su mūsų
And here,
kasdienybė.
analogy with our everyday
Galit
life
pagalvoti,
works
kai buvote
very
klasėje,
well.
kokių darbų
When
iš
you were
esmės
in the
dar nebuvo, kuriuos
classroom,
šiandieną turime.
what were the
Tai
jobs
pavyzdžiui,
at that time that
nebuvo žmonių, kurie būtų, nežinau,
were not in general
tinklalaidžių
on the
kūrėjai,
market as
podcastai,
they are
kurie
today?
audio podcastą klausau su
Podcasters, for example,
15 min redaktorium. Tai
etc.
nebuvo tokios specialybės, vat
There
podcastas,
was no
tai
any
tinklalaidė.
speciality
Nebuvo
like a
influencerių
podcast or
YouTube'o kažkokių,
influencers in the
nebuvo
YouTube
e-sportininkų, o
or
turime pasaulio
some
čempioną
sportsman
Counter-Strike'o tokio žaidimo
like
Lietuvį, kuris
Counter-Strike
pasaulyje
champion,
geriausias
Lithuanian,
sportininkas.
who is the best sportsman in this
Sportuoja,
field.
prie kompiuterio ir vat
He
užsiima
is sitting at a
e-sportu.
computer and he's
O
involved in
mes
e-sports.
iš pamokų, kaip
And
žaisti
we
tą
would
žaidimą.
run
Tai vat
away
žmogus
from the
pasidarė iš to
e-lessons to play a game. So the
Ir
person made
pabaigai
a
dabar
career on that.
statistika, žinoma, vėlgi
And
pasaulio
for the
ekonomikos
end,
forumo duomenys,
the
mes dirbsime
data of
tokius
the
darbus,
Global
kurių
Economic
dar nėra
Forum
prieš tai
shows that
patirtus,
we are
mes
going to
turėsime
work
naujus
what we
technologinius
never
darbus.
did,
Tai
but
daug
new
kas, ką mes
technological
turėsime ateityje,
jobs.
yra technologiniai darbai.
So most
Ir bet kas,
jobs
ką
in
mes
future are
darome, tikrai
technological
reikalauja tų
jobs,
technologijų ir tos
requiring
skaitmeninės
technologies,
kompetencijos yra dėl to
digital
be galo svarbios.
competencies, very
Man atrodo,
important.
kad jeigu
No
galvojame
way
apie
to do
nuolatinį
without them.
mokymąsi,
So if we
tokį
think about
šalia
the permanent
paliekamį
learning,
mokymąsi, net ir jeigu
lifelong
esame
learning,
lituanistai ir kažkas, vis tiek manau,
even
kad
if we
turėtume
are
turėti
specialists of
technologinį
Lithuanian
tam
language,
tikrą išprusę.
we need to have a certain
Tai
technological
kaip tai keičia
education
švietimo sektorių? Ir čia, man
and
atrodo,
knowledge.
kad
How does it
tai buvo
change
tas toksai
educational
irgi
sector?
įdomumas, nes kiekvienas sektorius turi savo
Each sector has
ypatumą,
its
kiekvienas
own
sektorius savaip keičiasi. Ir švietimo
access
sektorius yra
and
neišimtis,
changes.
jisai keitėsi per šitą
Educational sector was
laikotarpį,
changing,
ypatingai
underwent
nuo
changes,
pandemijos pradžios, kai irgi dar
in
tai
particular
aptarsime,
since the
bet
start
jisai
of pandemia,
keitėsi
COVID
iš esmės
times.
ir tą, ko gero
In
jautėme irgi, kai
essence,
klausėme, kai Aurimas paklausė, kas
critically
nenaudoja
changed.
to dirbtinio intelekto.
And when Armas asks who doesn't use IE, so I remember my times in schools, I would have hundreds of hands raised. And today, not anymore. Actually, very few people don't use. All pupils use, they do use, no question. And employees of educational systems, and they all use generative tools as a fast assistant, advising quickly, etc., to address certain questions. And teachers, they automate their non-contact hours. When they are not in the classrooms, they can create the contents of their lessons quickly, write what they want, put together everything according to the new program. They can ask for that service, and AI resolves that for them very nicely. So I'm a supporter of AI, but in some areas that should be restricted. So don't think that I'm for technologies only for them. No, I'm moderate because there's an inadequate use of the AI, so you can get more harm than benefit. So educational sector in squares. So education is not one thing. It's management. I like the example that I use with the Tamo. Why Tamo? Tamo, as you know, is my diary. That when I was at school, I illustrate that I remember mark or grades booklets, one for my mother, one for myself, to cheat my mother, or a diary which would deviate a little bit. And you would never write 10, you would write 8 to be more persuasive. So we were deceiving. And now we have Tamo. And Tamo changed everything. In essence, we have no diaries, no great booklets. We have parents who are angry, waiting for children returning back from school, because parents already know what we did at school. And this is a Lithuanian system with many more players. You recognize part of them, perhaps an IT academies, robotics schools, teachers with tech, and most propose some digital services one way or another. I illustrate this with one example. Earlier, I would illustrate with a certain enthusiasm. Look how education could be different, unreal, very different. Now, when I'm more wise, and when I feel tired, I feel that certain things have not only enthusiasm, but reality as well. And reality is not always easy, in particular in the system of education. And this example is really obvious. Wonderful people, wonderful team, enthusiasts. And one of the creators of the startups is playing through YouTube games, and many other children follow him. So he has a certain profession, and he created this game. He's not a creator of the main best-seller product, of the educational version. He's a creator of the educational version. So I can travel to Vilnius as it is now today with my pupils, etc., to the old town, old Vilnius, discuss with the teacher how Vilnius looks like now, today, how things changed, what historical context were. But then reality arrives, and it is. What is the digital basket? How much of the money the school has in order to acquire another digital product? And then another question, what me as a teacher can do here? And in general, do I have a teacher enthusiast who wants another lesson, like a teacher of history? Do I have well-working computers so that pupils can learn well? And this is a reality which brings headaches, not only for developers of startups, but also for employees of education systems, pupils, and parents. So involvement, when involvement is here, results are better because there is engagement, involvement. But finally, a reality arrives, appears related with all those difficulties. Not easy to support innovation in education because all other challenges around is that entitled that we can live with. I'm still an enthusiast. I believe in startups, etc. I think it's good with them, but it's not so simple as it may seem from the point of view of the starters and teachers and pupils as well. And here is a chess champion who is one of the best players in the world. You recognize him, most probably, Kasparov, Garry Kasparov. And of course, we can say that Magnus Carlsen maybe is the best, although he's not a world champion. But he is a bit tired of defending that title. Ivan Nilsson is his father. It's Chmilytės husband. So we have also masters in Lithuania. And actually, he was trainer of two other champions of the world, one from India, etc. So we have a master. And I wanted to show you that if we look at chess as education and we would derive a knowledge of what I like to do in my work. So Garry Kasparov in 1997 lost for IBM Kurt for the AI, for the machine computer in general, lost. And what happened? It was a shock. Everybody experienced a shock that IBM actions rise a lot. So I had a very good promotion, etc. But what happened at the same time? We didn't put aside chess only because computer came and defeated. We use computers in order we could play even better. And what do we have? Chess game is much more popular than it was. And if you notice, the pupils play chess in chess.com. And we have also Garry Kasparov became a master champion being 24. And we have champions much younger, 15 years old, 19 years old. Why? Because they have technologies that help them to have databases of all games played ever, and they may have personal assistants which can point out to the deficiencies and help them grow. So there are many applications, many in the world. I'm using them myself. And in the same way, in the system of education, we have many technologies that can be beneficial, help us, assist us, resolve, address different questions arising in education. And there are many personalized educational platforms, Alpha Space, if you have heard, the e-Lyceum for the teacher of mathematics, other startups which resolve problems one way or another. And in this case, I would like to soothe you to calm down, that education doesn't disappear, no, doesn't make things upside down. It's just another calculating machine arrived, IE machine, generative AI, which comes to address certain challenges for us. What not to do and how not to do. Since you use the tools, generative tools, I would like just to convey you the message. We all learn, we all use those tools, and what not to do. You see one of the examples, Boris Elgaksin came to pick up the prize for the best picture in the Sony Global Awards and said that this is a generative picture in order to cause discussion. So Boris Elgaksin is in all educational systems with all pupils, bringing the generative works. Look, I here have addressed it, but you can recognize that something is wrong. And there are examples closer to us. And one of the examples is as follows, the Lithuanian example. We have a lawyer who used the AI while providing to the Supreme Court a certain case. And he, actually, that was a complaint, an appeal. So I consulted the dean of the Vilnius University, one of the faculties, and some partners of the lawyer's firm. An example is as follows. The appeals court received the complaint and it passed through. 12% was that it will pass through or not. And why did he pass through? In fact, later on, it has been identified that all sources that were used are zero sources or false sources. So the lawyer assistant created a document with a generative tool which wrote that there is one case, the precedent, etc., the case, etc., and that was false, invented, hallucinations, but he used them, and therefore the document passed through all the checks in the court. So how can it be so? So you have to check. If you have no competencies to check, then you face problems. And my question for you is, how that mistake to be lazy bones, not to check, not to look, how much it can cost you? So I will mention, I use this tool for learning a lot, and I will share how I use it. But nevertheless, I am doing the learning, actual learning. I'm not taking the answers and using them. I have to read articles, scientific articles. I have to perceive the concept, the theory, before attempting to explain it for the audience, because it's nothing worse than come to the audience and talk about something and then understand that what you told was false, was nothing, was a lie. So that would be awful for me. It's a horror. One of the biggest fears to, so to say, set oneself on fire, talk about nonsense, and then realize that that was false. So be very observative, be careful, always check through your own filters, because that is essential. Another quick advice I see in social services, generative tools used to communicate. Don't use that for communication unless you want to get a clear visibility. But quite often I see those cases. And we see it when people write text with generative tools and people comment with generatives, and then you get a nonsense, a generative discussion. And this is for that, irrespective of being an enthusiast, this is an incompetence. You waste my time when I read nonsenses, which are not your nonsenses. It's my subjective opinion, but it seems to me, and I'm sharing that opinion with you. So please create through your own minds, think yourselves, and share your unique experiences, how you see the world, and not how IE sees the world. So how do I personally use that? We all use generative tools. So I wanted to provide you quick advice. In fact, we have one unused functionality, audio function. That means I can talk to the generative tool, a dictating function also. I can say, transcribe, write, and then I get an answer. So dictating is a very good function. Please use it. Transcribes nicely in Lithuanian, and you don't have to write long. I just press and I say, I go to shop, please make a list of commodities I need, not to buy too much. Good list of things to buy, to be healthy. And then I get a quick plan of products, and I press to send and I receive. So audio function and dictation function has alongside the speaking function. A wonderful function. Please make use of it. And how I use it. I like, after reading a book, to reflect on it. But I have no book club where to meet and talk and discuss. But I want to have that now, here now. And I talk, what do people take out after reading that book, etc. And I am receiving some ideas. So this tool helps nicely to discuss, to put together one's ideas and thoughts. And don't forget, you can have a very difficult discussion, talk with a colleague, be prepared. Or another thing that you should rehearse, even for the same chess. You have to rehearse, to train yourself. And I try to play chess without looking at the board. And you can tell to the, give me the coordinates, I will tell you where there is black and white, etc. Please to play chess with me. And the tool plays with you. Together goes over the process and works well. 1 year ago, there would still be mistakes, but now not. No more mistakes. In fact, I can play in real time. So audio function is a good thing. If you learn Spanish, yes, so you get a result. Don't forget that below there is a button where you can listen to the audio. In particular, that is good when learning languages. I have an impulse or a trigger for myself when I say Spanish. In my tool, I immediately get more and more difficult, progressively more difficult lesson of Spanish, and I can press read out in order to know. It helps. It is helpful. So small assistants. Yeah, they are available in our most simple tool. So 95% of people use ChatGPT, majority. There are users of other tools like Copilot, yes, but this one is really the best. Study mode, special regime of learning, of studying, appeared quite recently. A very good way to understand the concept. When you ask a question and you get no answer, you get another question which leads you towards that answer. Useful when you want to learn the concept, not only to get an answer, but to perceive and to try to go together with that tool to the answer. And this tool, this method is used in Norway, in Finland, in Sweden. I communicated with creators of startups, so they call it a Socrates. You ask, then you again get a question, and you again, ask, and then you get to the question, to the answering of the question. Tasks. You can ask your tool when you write a word, so that you get a product that you agreed upon in earlier. That is a very good function, and I'm using it. That's all, very briefly. And the last advice to take away. If you don't use this tool, I recommend a lot. A wonderful tool for learning when you want to learn a very boring, difficult concept. So in your phones, you can have it. I use more than one time, but I will provide you one example. When all agents came to the world of AI, it's the agents who work with all of them. I wanted to understand how that works, all of that works. And I put together all PDF files about those agents that I could find. And it created for me a very simple podcast. Two people talk about what I asked, which is a very professional discussion, raises questions, discusses, disagrees, arguments, and everything based on what I provided. So I recommend you to make use of this functionality for learning. That's all. If you want to ask me, you can always contact me. Thanks a lot. Sharunas, a very interesting topic, really. Personally, I'm very interested because it's important to see future and not to become an Egyptian mumio. You have a chance to ask one quick question or after the event. I really positively assess things that help us find information, find practical solutions. All that is really very positive, but there's another side of the coin, and that other side is troublesome. I'm a bit concerned if we become dumb, more dumb, because there are always assistants who do things for us, and our brains become lazy. So we really don't use it, because there is a saying, use it or lose it. So don't we use our brain? Is there any threat, a risk of that? A very good question. Me, as you, I feel myself in the middle, in a certain middle. I see that the good things, and they try to be more productive, more efficient using the tools. But on the other hand, on the other side, I see challenges, really, that we deprive ourselves the possibilities to reflect, to think deeper. When we are adult people is one thing, but when we are young, and people they are still developing, so they really face challenges. And young people, they're not able to concentrate. Concentration ability and capability is becoming a challenge. So there is a threat. Of course, I side with technologies, but nevertheless, we have to understand when to use them, when to encourage use them, and when to stop not to use them, and to create such a policy in the education institutions when we say that they must not be used. So there must be policies set up in each institutions, each establishment. So there may be must not be one solution. There must be adapted solutions, but educational institutes should have some policy in the classrooms, elsewhere, to respond to that challenge, to look for the best solution. So I'm in the middle, and I feel the challenge constantly. Yes, the coin with two sides. So we thank you, Šarūnas. Let's applaud Šarūnas.
Pro rakto skylutę mums į tą ateitį pasižiūrėt. Na, šiek tiek dar pratęsim diskusijas, tik tai pasižiūrėjau, kad
we will continue discussions later on. We lag behind a little bit, but we have a speaker, a lecturer, a psychologist who will speak about thinking of growth. Growth thinking. We will speak about growing. And what is that growth thinking? Dear Antanas, the floor is yours. Just a minute to turn on the slides.
Nu, tai kol jungia, nežinau, galim
pakalbėti.
Kol čia, nežinau, yra akimirka viena, ta augimo mąstysena, jeigu vienu sakiniu, kas tai, Antanai?
Growth thinking. What is that, dear Antanas? Will you answer? I was invited, when I was invited to talk in this conference, I was asked to talk about barriers, about obstacles for learning, in particular in adult world. And I understand that there are so many external physical barriers, objective factors. For example, time, money, lack of knowledge, obstacles. Okay.
Aha, dar pabandykim gal į kitą vietą, bet ne. Tai galim taip ir pakalbėti, jeigu ką.
Okay, let's do without slides.
Ką nors pasakys apie tuos barjerus.
Jūsų pusė ir mano pusė. Bėdas.
Kol kas ryšio nėra, bet
we cannot establish communication. It's life. Technologies. And technologies quite often lead us down. They let us down, yeah. Okay, obstacles. Let's continue the topic of obstacles, which is the biggest subjective one. Growth thinking, on general thinking, is a very cheap way to circumvent challenges, to go around them, although there are external challenges as well. But while thinking about our filter of thinking, we can achieve a lot. So I'm in a strange position because I made myself, I prepared myself to talk one way, but now I have to change quickly, respond and adapt. And I had a case. I was preparing for the program and things were not recorded in the computer. And the person came to the program and I was trying to computer, nothing was saved. The classical situation, I had to respond quickly, to adapt. And I started from the question, what is the meaning of life? I had to do something. And I had director of Lithuanian Industrial Confederations, Mr. Gediminas Rainys, so he was really amazed at this question. He didn't know what happened. So every cloud has a silver lining. Great. But don't worry. Could you provide us essential thoughts, main things, because you were preparing? Yeah, and maybe you know things by heart. So this is the example when you cannot trust the technologies blindly. And you have to leave something in your mind as well.
Gerai, kol ieško, pareklamuosiu reklaminę pertraukėlę, kaip ten sako.
Okay, an advertisement break about the last book.
Dabar skaitau gal trečią kartą Dvasinis kapitalas.
Spiritual Capital is my last book. What about?
Apie augimą įmonėse darbuotojų.
About the growth of employees in the companies. I'm not reading now a book. I'm reading a book, Koplyčia, Chapel. And what are you reading? Law on Education. And when you have free time, the law on vocational training, special literature. Okay.
Paskutinį ar ką dabar skaitau? Vidurnakčio biblioteka. Taip.
Sorry, cannot hear.
Tiesiog pasiimi ir jau užsikabinės, labai gera knyga apie gyvenimą.
Gal kas turi, vat šių metų kokia knyga jums padarė, aš galėsiu ir pats pasakyti, jeigu laiko bus ir noro, kas padarė tokį įspūdį šių metų skaitinių audio ar ne audio?
There are possibilities to read audio. I can read only during summer when I don't work as a teacher and try to remember what I read. Forgot. About pilgrimage. Okay.
Dievas sušvelnė, be šlepečių. Kas norit kažkokią gerą knygą rankų?
Who would like to recommend a good book to read? The Eighth Life, Copenhagen Trilogy.
Ir dar vieną mintį, kodėl, kaip sakyti, argumentas.
Another idea, why do you recommend? Because that is, the Eighth Life is the entire history of the 20th century, that we still do remember it. Even we remember it. I would recommend also a philosophical book. I'm fond of scientific literature. Why we were born and what creatures are we in this world. A very simple philosophical book, good for reflections.
Kas dar į krepšelį metam savo literatūros privalomą sąrašą norit įmest?
We have to somehow fill in the gap. Jonathan Sacks, Morale, about the fabric of society.
Matai, atpažįsti siužetus tam tikrus, tai jeigu norit pasidalinti, žiūriu.
Grušaitės grybo sapnas. Labai ir šiek
Dream
tiek
of the
yra
Mushroom by Grušaitė about AI.
technologijas, na, tikrai labai įdomi knyga.
Technology is a very interesting book
Rekomenduoju.
by a Lithuanian author. I do recommend.
Ačiū labai,
Thank you.
koplyčios mintį.
And
Žiūrėkit, darom taip, gal vis tiek kažkaip, kaip vaikai mano sako, iš burnos porą žodžių ir paskui mes pakalbėsime apie
let's decide what we do now.
Labai geras bus challenges. Tai
It's going to be a challenge for me. Okay, I can do without slides. I'll speak just from my mouth about the growth thinking.
man pradžioj įdomu čia, vat,
Okay, in the beginning, you talked about books. Who can read hands? Those who read something about
Kaip gerai, kad mažai
growth
tai bus įdomu.
thinking.
Tai
Not
aš
many.
prisistatysiu, esu
Okay,
Antanas Grižas,
I'm Antanas
psichologas,
Grižas, a
arba
psychologist,
arba
an
lektorius.
educator, and a
Su
lecturer.
kolegom kuriam įvairias ir
We
edukacines
create
programas
with
tiek
colleagues different
specialistam, tiek,
educational
paprastiem
programs, both
žmonėm,
for
būtent
specialists
apie
and ordinary
psichologinius
people
aspektus. Mane labai veža,
in terms of psychological aspects. I
ieškot vis naujų būdų, kaip perteikt
try
psichologines
to find
kažkokias
new
tai,
ways how to convey psychological
atradimus
truths,
ir
discoveries,
paversti juos
and
praktinėm
turn them
realybėm.
into practical realities.
Tai viena iš priežasčių, dėl ko aš
One of the
norėjau
causes
parodyti
why I
knygas,
wanted to show
dėl to, kad
slides
savo
was
darbe labai
that in my
mėgstu
work
visokias
I
vizualinės
like
priemonės.
different
Ir
visual
aš
tools,
pradedu
measures.
kolekcionuot tokį
I try
hobį,
to
turiu,
collect.
kolekcionuoju įvairias
I'm a collector of
paveiksliukus,
different
kuriuos aš naudoju
pictures
terapijoj su
that I
klientais.
use for my
Naudoju
therapists
ir
with
mokymuose, bet
clients,
dažnai
in
naudoju ir
trainings as
terapijoj
well,
įvairius. Ir
but
tiesiog yra
mostly
keli,
for
kuriuos aš labai
therapical
dažnai pastebėjau, kad
purposes.
vos ne kiekvienam klientui bent
And I
kartą esu
noticed that
parodęs kokius ten 3 paveiksliukus.
I
Ir
show
vienas
at least 3
paveiksliukas yra,
pictures for
vat
each client.
neparodysiu, bet pasakysiu, kur yra
So
2 kopėčios.
there are 2 ladders. One ladder is with big gaps between the stairs and the other with small gaps. And we see how a person through small gaps can climb higher, much higher than with those broad ones. So that helps. This image helps. It helps to overcome superfectionism. Another picture is about 4 styles of parentage, of being a parent. 4 styles: authoritarian, indifferent, spoiling, dismissive, and authoritative. So I am using that tool to show, to help people discover how they talk to themselves. Because either we are, so to say, too loose for ourselves or too stringent for ourselves. So where's that balance of discipline? A very good tool. But I will not show you. I'm sorry. You can approach me personally after the event. I will tell you more. Oh, it's great. I will show everything. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you so much. I will be quick. So you see that picture with the ladder, these styles of being a parent. That's about onions and levels of intimacy in relationships and communication. And this one, I like this. It's super basic. And I'm using it so often. It does justify. And here, it speaks about the growth thinking. An example. Clients come and they say, I'm unhappy. In one or another year of life, I'm so unhappy. Then I ask, what do you need? Or can you imagine yourself saying, I'm happy, that a person is horrified to think he could be able to speak about happiness? Because it's easy to talk about being unhappy, but not about being happy. So it's complicated for them. Because people admit, although I'm unhappy, but I know that condition, that state, it was accompanying me all my life, and I feel safe and comfortable with it. And to get out of that comfort is not easy. And then we speak about happiness to choose. Sometimes we stay in that, we choose to stay in that unhappiness because Happiness means a change, and the change is frightening. And then I show this picture. Okay, you're unhappy, you don't know how you are going to be happy, but do you want to be happy? And this is my way to push through that idea, because a person then admits, confesses, yes, I do. Can you say you want to be happy? Yes, I want to be happy. And then we move higher and higher. And this is a good example how we can change from that stuck, fixed thinking about unhappiness and look at the growth. The focus of the conference is adult learning. And when a person needs to change a career, it becomes so difficult. And communicating with clients, specialists, I know that this is a horrible experience with much of unknowing, risk, and doubts, because it can lead to nonsense. But at the same time, the world makes us more and more to retrain, to requalify, to learn new things. And what scientific research shows that that is very healthy for us. And the people who at least requalified one time in their lives, they are significantly emotionally more resistant, and they can withstand many more challenges in comparison to others who didn't do that. So, growth thinking, it's not a concept created by me, it's a scientific concept, very stable, instilled as a psychological fact. And one classical research, which generalizes it very well, is the following. Two groups of pupils, of students, and they get more and more difficult mathematical tasks. They resolve, they get another one, more difficult and more difficult. And there are two groups. In one group, when they resolve everything, they said, you must be very clever, you are great. And the other group is said, you are great, you perhaps did your best. So you will guess which group achieve better results. Which one? The second. We intuitively understand that. And indeed, what the research shows is that that group, while repeating research in different contexts, they resolve more of those tasks, do not give up when they face more difficult tasks, and they learn for new strategies how to learn. They are more open to flexibility, they're more flexible to adapt. And that is valid not only for students, for minors, but also for each of us. Professionals thinking, which evolves, appears if we are educated since childhood through such things as you are clever, you are genius. In all other ways, we send messages that talents and capacities, they are inborn, they're stable. You either have them or not have. And if you grow with this thinking, if you develop, when people think that everything is given them by God, so they associate efforts with the absence of talent. So there were situations in which it would be possible to see their efforts. They are afraid to err, to make mistakes, to get negative feedbacks. And they treat successes of others as dangers for themselves. And the focus most often is directed to the status of me. Maybe I'm an elite or not. And towards a tangible result. I have the grade of 10. I get a medal, although I do not get a medal. And the growth thinking is much more flexible, more adaptive, because here people believe that capabilities grow if I put efforts. All capacities can be achieved if I work hard. And effort is equal to success. My success is not a gold medal, not a result. but the fact that I put efforts, I attempted, I tried, I did my best. Mistakes, feedbacks is also a way of learning, very important part of learning, and successes of others inspire me, and I focus more on the same efforts. And the key word is the process, how I go, so that every day I try more and more. I sit down at my bachelor's work and not write 10 pages, but little by little, the process. So in different areas of life, we can have both fixed and flexible thinking. For example, I can have in my work area growth thinking, but in my personal relationships, I can have a fixed thinking, or vice versa. And we can change. We can change our thinkings because we maybe received bad education, so we can change ourselves independently when we grow. And in stress situations, we need to have triggers to switch off and to turn on. So we can live more and more based on growth thinking. And as scientific researchers, those people are more adapted to stresses. They know how to learn. They love to learn, lifelong learning. And in general, they are emotionally much more literate and healthy. When we know that model, we can return back to adult learning and how that fixed thinking could look like. And let's return back to the example of my clients, any of us. We fix ourselves in our identities. What am I? I am unhappy, but I have to change little by little, slowly to happy, to being happy. And when we speak about requalification, I spent many years in a fixed career, so fixed identity can be I'm an adult, I'm not a child. Children learn, I'm an adult. I don't have to learn, and I have to know already now everything. So this is one. Another strong fixation point is I am a teacher, I'm a psychologist, I am a manager, and now I have to requalify. No, I will not do that. That is a very serious change, and therefore people who lose jobs and why unemployment is a big emotional stress, unemployment. But one of the big causes is the losing of that identity and bitterness arising out of that. And the profession is equal to status, and to refuse, give up that status is very awful, is very terrifying, fearful for us. And I think that we are all growing, we were growing in the Soviet education based on fixed thinking. And then we as adults face difficulties. Why? It is more difficult for us to requalify, to open for new learnings, different from newer generations. And now men, separately about male psychology. Men additionally have more challenges because society expects from that a man in the career are more competent. And competencies are male features, male traits. And some say, oh, that person had no father who could taught him or her to live life. And then some say, you are a bad man if you are not able to change the bulb or to do something else. But, okay, there are more examples. And very often, to admit one's incompetence is an additional emotional barrier and obstacle. And this is one of the causes why men can avoid learning additionally and change qualifications, because they risk to lose their status. And sometimes people think that it's too late to change. I have too many responsibilities, I have families, I have loans, etc. Now I will risk changing my careers, learn new things, I will go to something that is not known, terrifying, fearful. So that is equal to evil and too high price. And often I face in my training sessions when people say, maybe if I learn, I will find out new things, understand that is important, the growing and thinking, etc. If you learn, you achieve. But people say, I don't believe in my abilities to learn. I know that if I learned, I would achieve, but I don't believe that I can be able to learn effectively. So it's a self-assessment about learning. And what growth thinking cultivates is the ability and capacity to learn and love for learning. I have much hope that this thinking can be changed. Why? Because I feel that in my everyday work, as a lecturer, as an educator, I have many projects, but one I'm proud of is assist trainings, which is training and learning allocated for the prevention of suicides. When people come from streets, they learn for today's how to notice people inclined to kill themselves, how to manage emotions, how to create a plan of safety. It's a super sensitive, very painful topic and very frightening. And when participants come to the training sessions, so they have much disbelief. They don't believe in the topic in general, and they think that you need to be a psychologist. Only then, with a medical education, you can talk to a person who is inclined to suicide. And since that training is international training developed by one Canadian organization, Living Works, and there are adapted versions also of that training, very good, excellent training sessions with practical examples to absorb, so to say, creative thinking and growth thinking. And participants very successfully overcome that fear of being a bookkeeper and understanding that even being a bookkeeper, I'm able, I know what to do. And I know not only theoretically with my mind, but also with my body. So that's really a very good thing to see how people change, entirely change. And we always praise them for their efforts. So therefore, I have a direct experience with adult people for whom this is so distant, very fearful, but nevertheless, they can achieve excellent results. Therefore, I have hope that when we speak about the policy of education of adults, we can make significant changes. And I try to generalize several essential recommendations. One thing is to learn about growth thinking ourselves, but it's worthwhile teaching participants of the training about growth learning, growth thinking as an initial model before conveying initial competencies. In general, to acquaint with growth thinking. That could be an additional encouragement that it is possible to learn new things, possible to think about neuroplasticity, a very popular word. What does it mean? That I can change my brains. So neuroplasticity is going very close to the growth thinking, that we can change our brains. They're plastic, irrespective of the years of the age, and that there are certain principles. Educators, for educators, it is so important to learn, and of course, to read the book of the success psychology, but to have a list of good phrases that help to encourage the growth thinking, the process-oriented phrase in English. It's worthwhile thinking of the errors, of the tolerating of errors, of mistakes, even encouragement of them. When I work with young people, we have a rule. If somebody makes a mistake, we applaud. Maybe it's a very simple way of encouragement, but that is also an example of encouragement. Then micro goes through micro habits, micro learning, etc. We all know that this is an effective way to learn and to instill habits. And also a popular phrase is so far, a keyword, so far. I had a client yesterday, a young guy,
bijo tapti suaugusiu,
He's
išsikraustyti
afraid
iš
to
namų.
become an adult,
Sako,
to leave
"Aš
his
niekas
parents. And he
nesvarbu,
says,
tėvai
I'm
išlaiko,
nothing
jie viską
without
nuperka,
parents.
daro
They
visas klaidas,
support me, they
baudas
buy everything
apmoka,
for me,
aš
they pay all
darbas
my
prarandau,
fines.
aš
I am
beturtu
losing and losing
niekas,
my
aš
jobs.
nieko
I am nothing
nesugebu.
without my parents.
Ir aš pridedu
I am
tada
helpless.
aukas.
And then
Tai
I
vat
say,
toks paprastas
so
žodelis,
far,
kaip mantra gali būti, tai
not
galim ir sau
always.
kartoti ir kitiem.
It's like mantra.
Tiek.
So we can
Ačiū.
repeat that for ourselves and for
Ačiū.
others. That's
Ačiū,
all
Antanai,
from my
jums.
part. Really
Dėkui.
grateful for you, Antanas. Okay,
Tai jūs dar
so we lag
diskusijoj
behind
pabūsit, mes
time a
tada
little bit, so stay in the
padiskutuosim.
discussion.
Ačiū
Maybe
už
we
tą
will discuss
vidinę ramybę, kurią
later on.
spinduliavo,
Thank
kai
you
čia
for your
nesusijungė tas
inner
kompiuteris, tai irgi labai
calmness
gera
while
patirtis.
facing a challenge
Kaip ten
of the
sako,
slides.
Džekas
Good
Ma, man atrodo,
experience.
sakė, klaida arba brokas yra vertingiausia
A
patirties
mistake
dalis.
is the
Tai
most
ačiū Antanui,
valuable
grįš dar
part
Antanas kiek
of
vėliau
experience.
O,
So we thank
jūs čia.
Antanas. Oh,
Tomas
you're here.
Ramanauskas pasiruošęs,
Thomas Ramanauskas,
reklamos
ready.
kūrėjas, žmogus
He's
viską
an
žinantis apie tai.
a promotional
Jūs galit čia į
creator
mikrofoną reikia
of
pakelt,
promotions
tai
of advertisements.
Šriftai ne tie. Sunku paaiškinti sveikam žmogui, ką reiškia, kai tu praleidi valandas derindamas šriftą, kad
You
jis būtų
spend
ten.
hours and hours
Čia labai retas, kuris turi
to have
bet aš ją turiu.
good
Ir
letters.
įjungus prezentaciją matau, kad kažkodėl tai ne tie šriftai. O
I
jūs
see that here they are different than I created. Did you change them in PDF?
Tai žiauriai, atsiprašau, čia tas
I'm
pats, kas
so-
rastumėt, nežinau, pakvieščiau iš svečius ir rastumėt mano sujauktą būtą, man būtų baisiai gėda, neklota lova. Tai jūs gal to net nepastebėsit kai kurie, bet aš išsimsiu. Bet aš čia esu traumuotas jau. Gerai, pasistengsiu susitvardyti ir išnekėsiu toliau, ką man čia rodo. Tai jeigu kažkas bus išbjaurotas tekstas, tai žinokit, čia ne aš kaltas. Ok, labai ačiū, kad jūs čia susirinkot, labai ačiū, kad mane čia pakvietė, man visą laiką patinka kalbėtis, o tenka visai nemažai šiaip kalbėtis, gal
like
kažkas
to
net
talk.
kažkur mane grybšnių
I like that I'm invited. Maybe you saw me or heard me at one point of time. We had a very interesting project with teachers, School of Creativity, where we try to announce the evangelion of creativity, of creative learning. And we try to absorb changes, although new things are a bit fearful. So I'm happy to meet you. And I was asked to talk about creativity. Looking more honestly from the point of view of everyday life, we don't need creativity too much while we live every day. What happened? Another challenge. Different from others, I cannot talk without slides because I don't remember, so I'll be looking forward. I'll wait. No way for me to talk. I need slides.
Šitą. Apatinės. Tai to kūrybingumo mums kaip ir kasdienoje nereikia, nebent.
So we don't need the creativity so much in everyday life unless we fall in love. Do you remember yourselves when you fall in love for 3 months? You're so creative, then we become furniture to one another, and creativity is pushed aside. So, yes, we sometimes need non-typical behaviors, big gestures, self-sacrifice. This is creativity. When we get into trouble, we as humankind, you remember several years ago, we all played in the fiction movie, COVID, called movie. We think that that happened to someone else, not for us, but we do remember. And we took part in all that ourselves. And we withstood one way or another. It seems odd, but we as a humankind, we have noticed that. We know that we get into troubles and we overcome something, we get another problem, wars, conflicts. We're always thinking of some tragic scenarios like ecological catastrophes, which will be much more awful than wars or COVID. But it so happens that thanks to our creativity, we as talents that do not learn sitting behind, let's say, all the other pupils, we kind of meet challenges, but then we continue communicating ordinarily. Whereas some time ago, we were afraid of pressing each other's hands. So we have to learn something quickly, or we are hyper creative for that specific moment. We try to deceive, to guess, to learn, to find out, etc., etc. And learning doesn't mean lagging behind, but learning has many other spheres. Which learning is best when we learn things best? So creativity is badly needed. Thinking wall, when we face the thinking wall, something doesn't work as we expect. In particular, people, as you noticed, always and constantly disappoint. Algorithms disappoint us. We all move across the world, well, using a certain model of behavior, certain templates that we don't observe sometimes, but we know very well, more or less, what we're going to do on Tuesday, 1 week later, etc., because we have a certain movement geography across this world. You know, what we do in the evening, etc. So that algorithm disappoints us, it becomes boring. We even reach some critical boundaries, and we have to use creativity to get out of that. So people recreate themselves, they find themselves newly and newly. So we are in a way as a society of great people, although in reality things are different. And creativity is needed when new rules are launched on us. And that happens constantly when environments are reformed, the context change. And all of a sudden, we do not know how to behave, and we need to be creative. And when new technologies are opened, we get nervous. New technologies irritate us unless they are AI technologies, then so we get attached to it. So we sometimes become too enthusiastic. Which options do we have when we face all those things? Numerous options. Ignore, for example, to ignore. Part of problems, when you ignore, disappear. It's unanswered letters. You know, they disappear. After a month, you don't need to answer them anymore. The problem is that some problems become even bigger. So this is a side effect. We can repeat what was created, and as Einstein said, or somebody else, some bright minds, that we try to repeat same and the same, expecting for another result, which is, some people say, a feature of the idiot. So we cram. We can, and we can invite the AI for help. And we can invent things, invent rules and ways of access. It's the most difficult road, really, but this is a possibility to invent and to find answers to questions. AI, we cannot talk about creativity without AI. These are two interrelated. And creativity is always important. Internet and AI is wonderful. In whatever you look for, whatever truth you need, you will find an approval that that is true. A flat world, yes, lots of proof and evidence, etc., etc. So while looking for support for the personality of my creation, I find a very interesting article. Why AI never will compare to human creativity. It's a fantastical headline. Very interesting. I press and read. And what is written? So the author speaks about a certain sort of AI, but most often about ChatGPT, many models, large language models, etc. So the same principles are used. And in fact, it says that such an AI works while carrying out choices of big probability, very well calibrated machine, and it guesses the most proper other numbers, sentences, paragraphs, probabilities, biggest and best probabilities. So, guesses of the biggest probabilities. And creators, painters, directors, composers, poets, and scientists, and even broader, they behave differently. And they carry out less probability choices, and they choose something that is odd, unexpected. This is a very interesting human trait. You can make the machine look for that error, but it is prepared to satisfy you, to supply for you the most probable answer. In this, we differ a lot. So this is the definition of originality. A selection that has never been before. People are looking and searching for different causes to move ahead, to understand what we do. And what else I find today in the morning, I will not tell you where, while preparing for the speech, although I had everything prepared, but I find this and then I remake my speech. Oxford University Press, very fresh. This is today's news. So the university carried out a study with 13, 18-aged students. 13 years, 18 years. You will be able to read if you want. But the conclusion is roughly about that. Students say AI weakens our abilities to learn, to find answers becomes too easy. And with many studies, there are certain moments, etc. Not all say the same, but in general, look, very interesting numbers below. Not legitimate, but I'll read for you. Only 2% say we don't use any tools at all. Only 2% don't use. Actually, all are using them. 62%, it's a majority, quite a significant majority, admit that AI has a negative impact on their skills and improvement in schools. And 12% say that AI limits their creative thinking. Why should I think if I get an average answer from the AI? Those answers improve constantly. So, pupils say, expecting that teachers do not listen, that we are using that, and we understand that it's too easy, and that it demotivates, disencourages to stimulate brain, which is awful. Of course, it's great that AI creates fantastic things. We all have that in our telephones, not only as a tool to answer the questions, but there are many other interesting things. But anyway, it's an awful thing, and I see how I use it myself and how others use. So we enthusiastically give up our thinking function to the AI. We give it up because we order it, think for me. This is fatal for us as human beings. And we deem ourselves to be most important in the world. So we have to use our heads, damn heads, because the heads is a wonderful tool and organ. But if creative thinking is not used, it gets stuck. It dies. If you don't run, you cannot be a marathon runner, never. And if you don't climb stairs, you will be tired what can we do? Training is important. Training of bodies and brains. I have to be quick because I know that time flies. When you talk, it's great. I forget about time. My time and your time do not coincide. So I have to be very quick. So we can allow visionaries enter ourselves. Visionaries, some are evil visionaries, very bad visionaries, but we can learn from them solutions. We must not copy them. We must learn. We can learn from their decisions and apply those decisions for us to copy cleverly, to follow them, and not to use the distant machine thinking. It's not important whether these are Nobel Prize winners in science, artists, programs. They all seek to address certain problems, and they set on the road. So there are certain models of thinking, and we can follow those models. We can learn from them. Because when we start feeling as others, we can exceed ourselves. When we understand what others feel, what others think. Sometimes we do great in that, sometimes bad, but we need to master this skill of understanding others, how they feel and what they do. The better you understand, the better personality you become. And you become firm and you know what you are. And only when allowing others enter you, enter different ways of thinking, you become creative and you constantly learn. And there are, in all schools, they say, think outside box. Think differently, not traditionally, because we in Lithuania have no words to translate it, and we say, think in a non-traditional way. So being traditional is not good. So non-typical, non-template thinking acquires meaning for us. So being outside the box means taking over thinking of others. So lifelong learning. We are all learning all lifelong. We are always in the movement. And at the same time, there is a moment of future, which is so important. Why creativity and creating is so wonderful as a synonym of innovativeness, not only painting, but science as well, is the fact that we are always one step ahead in future when we create, when we think of what will be. So imagination is most often our projection. When we imagine, we see what will be. We guess, and when we create, we also make a step towards future. While learning, let's use creativity as an activator to memorize, to get deeper, to perceive. It's an assistant for all those things. Why do I need that creativity if I study chemistry? Because I have to study foundations. But what we see with my colleagues, that namely creativity is a deeper, more inclusive way of learning, to tell about the topic in a creative way, to make pupils interested, not to discourage them, to make it attractive. And I remember my school days, and we always blame others, like teachers, that they fail to engage us. But creativity is always helpful. We can, through the creative attitude, to make people interested in things that seem not important for them. So that allows to involve, to engage, to actualize, to change their opinions. And when we remember visionaries, so they were conspicuous, colorful, odd, non-typical. But Pythagoras is known from the theorem of Pythagoras, but he had many other activating features and traits of character. So we have to think of the creatures of stories. And creativity is successful combination of improvisations with logic and critical thinking. When logic is missing, when critical thinking is missing, then there remains only stupidities, improvisations with stupidities. But now there must be a combination of those with logic and creative thinking. And scientists, by the way, are really fun people. They're not boring at all. They're interesting people with good sense of humor. They're not rigid. They're interesting people. And we are short of that. I have several minutes. I will make use of all my minutes. Principles of creativity. I have so much to tell in such a short period of time. And I'm really irritated by those time constraints. And we all know that people request us to talk short, 15 and 20 minutes. And it's impossible to deliver my ideas in such a short period of time. Of course, I'll try to do my best. And okay. So we need time. So don't blame me if you don't get anything out from this lecture. So, but several principles of creativity for you. There are many of them. I will mention just few. It becomes, it appears from concentration. We are creative because we're able to concentrate. Without being concentrated, we can achieve nothing. Short theory. I'm not sure if it is known for you, in particular in the field of business, about the deep and superficial work. Quite nicely adaptable for you as educators and for students. Deep, superficial work, registers of involvement. Deep with analytical thinking, creative thinking, and superficial is performance of schematical things. And that superficial work and deep work, however, are not always compatible. We allocate a day for this and some part of the day for this. It doesn't happen like that. Scientists say that we need many efforts to switch over, so to say, from these registers, to jump over these registers. And our enthusiasm of super effective people in the multitasking domain is incorrect, not fair. We imagine that we do 7 things at a time simultaneously, but not. We do them wrong. We are jumping over the tasks from one task to the other. So what is suggested that in order to overcome that irritation in students, immediately after the bell rings, so that dramatic change between the fun things and boring things is obvious. So how to achieve that jumps are more effective? There are simple things like mental cleaning of the mental palate. So we have to sniff perfumes longer in order to distinguish them. The same way applies to our brain cleaning. It's a spot. You can recognize it, and it is said that after 3 minutes of concentration on that black spot without thinking about anything else is enormously difficult. No way. Such a short concentration, mini concentration, actually is so efficient, so useful for your brain when you want to get from noise to the deep thinking. It's really efficient. 2 days, 2 minutes in a day, they are always available. You can check, you can try. It would be really great to start lessons from 3 minutes of silence, like an introduction to the normal practice. So of course, there will be students who will cause noise, etc. But this is a very good calming down 3 minutes as a preparation to being concentrated. But we all know that we all face a huge, enormous problem of being able to concentrate. Seeing of possibilities is very, very important for creativeness. Limitations, restrictions, they accompany us in all our steps. And of course, they discipline. We have rules, what is good, what is bad. And there's a belief that things can happen only in this way. But actually, those limitations, restrictions, they must work as challenges. And these authors wrote a book worthwhile reading. Really, I recommend you. You see, it's called Beautiful Constraint, a wonderful constraint. And yes, constraints liberate us and they encourage us to overcome obstacles. And this way, creativity flourishes. So it's an opposite to the saying that easy to create or when you are free. No, when you are pressed, it's easier. It turns out. And one super simple formula of innovativeness and optimism. We respond to new things with fear because they make us do things differently. But only new things stir up the world. And new ideas, they have a certain threat. Therefore, we in our organizations, schools, we respond to a new idea with saying that that's not going to be possible, it's not possible, etc. But the higher we are, the better we are at eliminating those new things. But actually, it's an opposite of the successful things. Because to criticize new ideas is very easy, but to take them over, to absorb them, to accept them, it's much more difficult. What do those authors say? Change is not possible because that requires a lot of energy. And you think why things are not possible, and you enumerate causes. But cars can fly, but many, many things are needed for them to fly. So let's not criticize immediately. Let's not start from being critical. Another example. And optimism, oxygen of optimism. And this example is as follows. Like helmets. Let's take helmets. One design agency decided to make an exercise which turned into a physical, real thing. Is it possible to invent a helmet? And you cannot reinvent the bicycle. You think about it as a bicycle. But you think about it as a means of transport, you can, yes, invent a bicycle newly. And when you ask people, why don't you like to wear helmets? So the first cause is because my haircut can be spoiled. How to change the helmet so that it doesn't mess your hair? So the first response is that's not possible. We will look as idiots wearing huge helmets, etc. It's even going to be worse. But then you say, okay, but maybe that can be possible when we start thinking about helmets not as a fixed thing, but as a means to protect your head. And then a very interesting concept appears, which looks like as follows, like a scarf, which at the time of the hit, in a second, blows up and protects your head. So you can now preserve your haircut. So you drop your helmet and get this. So is that psychologically difficult? Yes, we are stubborn. Stubborn because we're ashamed, so to say, of doing that. Although it looks nicer. And these things were produced and tested, and by the way, proved that they protect our heads much better. Such helmets are much better. Let's turn restriction as a start of the idea, accept constraint as a challenge. Start from the words, possible if. Possible if. I understand you, that you have to listen to so many things in such a short period of time, so I'll accelerate my presentation. I think that to practice creativity, this is a cunning session of sales. I come, I'm not able to finish, and I say that there are so many slides unopened, but you know my contacts, and you can contact me later on. I see how people are very angry that I have a delay. To practice creativity is to live better, to live more intensive, to learn better, and to teach better, which is very important for us. So first of all, on your personal level, a very useful vitamin, creativity. And then you get down to the professional level, etc. I'm so sorry that I had so little time and I might have sounded a bit scattered in my presentation, but I hope something will remain. But when we concentrate on our brains, out to the problem that we want to address, we create wonderful things in our minds. This is South Africa before pandemic. Several years prior to that, huge hygiene challenges in less privileged Johannesburg regions with big of contamination, bacteria, viruses, etc. What to do? And one of the sources of that are children, because they touch the ground, hygienic habits are bad. What to do? How to make children follow hygienic rules, to wash hands. And the question is, how not to force them, but how not to force them, and to motivate, rather to motivate. And soap was created in Johannesburg, distributed to children, called Hope Soap, and you see the toys encrusted in the soap. This is a motivational system, and when you use that soap, you unpack and you get the toy. So no need to shout. And so that addresses the problem. You are not beaten, you are encouraged. This is a symbol of creativity and of our access to many problems, in particular in education. I'm writing newsletters about that, one intended for audiences in marketing, etc. And the other is about culture. Culture is a big word, thanks God. It became again a big word. So now I throw a ball to you. It's now your turn. Please announce evangelics of creativity. Spread it. Thank you, Thomas. It was really very interesting. If I could, I would give you 12 hours. But the longest lecture lasted for 12 hours, 5 minutes, read by Captain Paulius Kovas. That was a record. He didn't drink, but there were people who stayed all those 12 hours from A to Z, even moved a little. And when Paulus finished, somebody asked, some people asked, is that all already? So thank you for your excellent presentation. Now we'll get over to a more interactive part of our event. Okay, 2 minutes talk 2 minutes with the audience to manage the chairs. But I will ask very briefly, a small reflection. We're discussing for half of a day as to what remained from what you heard today. Did anything remain in your brains, in your mind? Many things, good emotions, communication, ideas, thoughts, in terms of changes, motivations, yes. Love is a condition of creativity. Excellent phrase. And you, what about you? Do what you like and be successful always. Do what you like.
Ačiū už klausimą. Iš tikrųjų, aš esu tokį padarius kaip pasižymėjimą. Iš tikrųjų, atkreipiu dėmesį, kad net iš viso 3 pranešėjai kalbėjo būtent apie pokyčio aspektą.
The aspect of changes. All speakers spoke about that. Suffering sometimes is selected instead of change. That stuck my mind, and the other speaker said that we choose to be unhappy instead of being happy because it's easier. It's easier to be unhappy than happy. That is impressive. And the last speaker mentioned that ideas are threats, and it is difficult to overcome changes, to absorb them, to accept, receive, but they are needed. They're badly needed for the progress. What is your name? Aušrinė, from the Ministry of Finance. Is great. Aušrinė, very good thoughts. And, okay, we have chairs already. So now I would like to invite Antanas, Tomas. Thomas disappeared. Who else? Inga. Speakers. Thank you that you remained, because that motivation to remain is also very important. Actually, we are getting to the end of our event. But let's be quick. The problem raised by Aušrinė, very important problem. On the one hand, our brains want calmness, security, safety, and change is always getting out of the zone of comfort, being comfortable. My colleague Austėja Landsbergin said, if we want to learn something, we need to have some difficulties. It must be difficult, at least a little bit difficult. And we all desire easy lives for our children, but that's a mistake. That doesn't encourage learning and changing, to have experience that otherwise would not be accessible. So I will ask you, how to make things in such a way that it is clear that being difficult becomes pleasant. So because we have to push people to the situation of difficulty. Being difficult must be a little bit pleasant. Accept difficulty as a certain type of pleasure to encourage growth. Let's change. So Aušrinė started, and let's continue. Inga, let's start from you. Use the microphone and let's continue this topic of difficult and pleasant. You ask how to stir up an adult so that she moves towards learning. I think that it's important to just try, to give a try. Maybe there's a possibility for volunteership in testing new professions as a volunteer, short courses. And if a person doesn't have money to study, to learn, It is always possible to find other possibilities of learning remotely on the internet to get skills that are needed today on the labor market, to test, to try, start from short learning sessions, and then continue. I see children going or passing by the window. And there's a theory. If you build a stadium here, some people would pass by, others would stay and play basketball. So infrastructural things also encourage. So where's that push? How to push towards a more difficult side? Growth thinking would help. I like visual tools to push by that ladder, by that staircase, and growth thinking theory and practice has a very practical answer. Our conviction about stress is important because there is a conviction that stress is detrimental. The more stress, the worse for our body and mind. And that is true when we speak about chronic stress, long-lasting stress, when we are not able to fall asleep and we find ourselves in a vicious cycle. Of course, that is detrimental and bad, but practitioners of the growth thinking based on scientific research say that if people are read a 5-minute lecture about stress as a stimulator to stimulate neuroplasticity and reviving restoration of the brain, similarly as sports. So this is stress for mind and body, but that is a positive stress. So 5 minutes introduction is very useful for people, and then they are not so scared and they're more inclined to accept and to face difficulties. Arūnas, what about you? Yes, it encourages people to go to pick up an easier road. Yes, encourages less thinking and to give away that thinking for someone else instead of myself. But I think that we can have a more simple attitude. An incentive to learning must be based on curiosity. We cherish curiosity, it's great. But if we lose curiosity, we give it up. Why do we lose curiosity? Where does it disappear? Oh, I can share several examples. I liked the school. I like teachers. They were wonderful teachers. But there would be moments when I would doubt why I had to read this and not that. And I remember when teachers said that you had to read, namely that book and not the other book. I liked reading books about the Indians, etc., the whole cycles and series. And I wanted to present those books that were read by me during the summer holidays. And the teacher said, okay, these are very childish books. But the most important thing is that in general, the children read. So I was really criticized and I ashamed myself. It's funny, but now I read a lot and I like to read. And that one comment was detrimental. The teacher was a good teacher, but she said this vicious thing that really was so detrimental for me when I quitted reading. And now I read a book, Chapel, written by Kaušpėdas. And I read because I'm curious. It's interesting for me. I like being interested in many things, and such learning is very attractive. So I not only teach, I learn. It would be illogical not to learn. I cannot teach without learning. I do that constantly. For example, now I entered sciences of ornithology. I will be learning about birds because it's so interesting for me. I'm curious. Why are you interested in birds? Because this is an opposite to the computer. Nature is wonderful. I graduated from sciences of nature, irrespective of all, the fact that now I work with technologies. I'm really curious about male birds, female birds, why they differ, how to distinguish them from their singing, and many other things. It's curiosity which is important. And it's interesting to find curiosity in oneself and not to restrict or limit just with professional training, professional. No, curiosity is a general concept. And ideas arrive in me from most unexpected things. Usually, when based on curiosity, I learn and I do things. And sometimes I take people to the forest and we talk. So I facilitate the training sessions in the forest because it's different and people communicate differently. I notice that. And so I don't want to expand, but it seems to me that curiosity is the key element, and that takes me ahead. I just sometimes face the problem of the duck. I am interested in this and that, in many things at the same time simultaneously, but these are my personal experiences. I'm a journalist, when sometimes people say to me, let's talk about Amazon forest, tropic rains, etc. So I know that I can maintain the discussion in 5 sentences. So we know a little bit in many areas, like dilettantes. And Thomas, in your hands you hold the fate of all adult learners in Lithuania. It's a big responsibility. You would like perhaps to share that. So please share. How could we push people to that growth provision? You do have experience, and that program Kursuok is working, and you know pros and cons. And you mentioned better work with regions, which are more difficult to stir, because there are people and regions which are already very energetic and greatly moving, but there are other people and other regions or cities which are difficult to stir. And even if you push, that sometimes doesn't help. You are helpless. And this question is really not an easy question. And you use the word curiosity. So I'm not sure if curiosity is an inborn thing or a received thing in your lives. There are, of course, studies done about the circumstances that motivate people, persons, and most often economic growth is important. And most people go to learn because of economic incentives, because they have to think about their lives, how to live and to make ends meet, etc. So, I'm not sure if there's a remedy, a certain system that can restore curiosity. Maybe people have no time to stir those curiosities. And how to achieve that? And there are people who feel exhausted after the working day, and they just want to sit on the couch and watch a movie. So not easy. And learning is suffering. Let's not lie to people that it's joy, pure joy. But it's not a pure suffering as well. There must be motives how to improve that. And if we look from the point of view of the state, so we see that we do not have any recipe how all of a sudden to include, to involve people into learning. But Lithuania is a country more of a northern, so to say, inclination, or maybe northern Indians, if we could say so. Like we do not have big wishes or desires to change, but incentives, they must come from the side of the state, and to propose learning, which must not be only a professional learning. If I'm a programmer, so I will never learn things in ornithology. So learning culture is very important. We have to show to people other possibilities for learning. If there are things that cannot help for your professional life, there are other things that can help for your personal life to feel more happy. And you mentioned the question, the element of infrastructure. If there is a stadium or something else, people would be more caught, more interesting. And that is true. Infrastructure for children is important. And parents, they bring their people to different circles for educational purposes, and they wait in their cars. So, okay, to adapt infrastructure for children, but why not adapt it also for parents? Because they wait for an hour or two for their children until they finish their educational activities in certain circles. So let's create other opportunities also for them to exploit their time positively. But maybe it's too much to request or want. Maybe it's not worthwhile. Maybe we should leave people in peace. And let's invite people from the audience to talk. What do we need to engage people to take part in the algorithms of adult learning? Yes, we carried out certain interviews and we understood that locations are very important for service receivers, close to homes, convenient to travel, not too difficult. Thomas said it well, that infrastructure, as well as diversity of services and location as well, are very important factors. I myself proposed, well, assessing the applications to apply a criterion linked to the territorial faction, as close to the cities as possible, but some criticized my proposal that then we create conditions, more positive conditions for elected categories. But no, I still think that concentration is very important. And we, for example, have a program of active seniors. And we know that it's difficult for them to travel because there are no bus stops, etc., convenient for them to arrive, to travel. And that, yes, could be made more attractive. So geographical elements, yes, they make services more friendly. If you have an offer of what else is needed to start up the motivation, please share courageously your insights, if any, because you take part in many programs. You know what works, what doesn't work, when programs are popular, when they are not, like in fishing. What are the best baits? What fails? What succeeds? I know that you have things to say. Okay, I'll try. I'm Roma from Marijampolė. It seems to me that one of the key things here are teachers of adults, their competencies, types of competencies, how they manage to attract, to encourage, to create an environment in which people, returning back to the process of training, feel safe. So a person standing in front of the audience has to be a particular person. They have to be trained as well. And some come and do the work without having competences. without good understanding what is an adult learner. And Šarūnas said just a moment ago that he remembered from school times moments when a teacher said something critical. And so teachers should be really with certain competencies, selective competencies, and in order to show the colors of the learning process. So that is not a learning that we remember from those old times of being at school. No, charm, charisma of the teachers is very important. Possibilities and capability to attract, to engage. So teachers is a key factor, basic factor, a foundation of engagement people to learning.
Atsiprašau, aš kaip pavyzdį pasakiau.
O ačiū, esu Rima, išgirdau tai, ką kalbėjote, tiesiog toks dalykas prisiminiau.
I recalled some assessments of the tenders of the competitions. When children take part in the competitions, we usually mark what they failed to do and not what they succeeded to do. The same applies to the book. So encouragement is very important so that books become more interesting. So I agree with my colleague from Marijampolė that we, most probably, majority of us, always assess not what he did good, but what he or she did wrong. So we have to change ourselves in assessing others. Yeah, you hit the target, I would say. Good ideas. Thank you for them. Hello, Andrei from Vilnius College. I would like to add, people are on different ladders. Some are, I don't know that some do not understand that they do not know. So they have to reach the first staircase. Only when they acknowledge that they don't know, they can start learning. And we have to introduce them to the possibilities to provoke people. So we need to find ways of interfering into their lives and showing them the possibilities. And concerning the change of the format, I'm very happy while seeing that 54 hours become into 18 hours is great, because we know that the adults, they learn in waves when they can, and it's not possible to make the person sit down at the table for so many hours. That's a mission impossible. To retain them, it's very difficult. To retain a person for 54 hours, it's impossible. They're adults. You have to be a hurricane, a motivator, whatever. But if you want to return them back, you have to change. But even if my friend Arturas Valiskas says that nobody listens to long anecdotes and jokes, you have to be very short. Good ideas.
Meskit, kad nesikartojant, gal kažką dar nebuvo paminėta, čia tų priežasčių ir motyvų, kaip jas ir problemą paverst galimybę.
How to render the problem into a possibility. I like to, that we need charismatic people. That is true. No need to
Aš nuobodžiai dėl to formato galiu sureaguoti, bet man atrodo šiaip labai svarbu irgi yra, nes mes
The proper suitable formats are very important. Types of formats. We had colleagues from other friendly ministries who criticized the duration of those 54 hours. But on the other hand, it's a slippery risk related with the scope of that training. So having a little bit is important to attract people, but on the side, those bits may be worthless. So I'm not saying that 54 hours are bad or good, but discussions are needed. And of course, there are platforms that propose micro studies, etc., but they are not always helpful. So let's be creative and let's choose priorities. Yes, I am not against micro studies, micro learning, to provide something, to get you started. So there are different forms and diversities. This is key. And of course, here we again have to be very practical and at the same time creative concerning forms.
Įstrigo tikrai bičiulis taip aiškiai sako, kaip tuos, nežinau, kad nežinau, vat išjudint, kur.
And it was a very sensitive idea provided by one participant that I don't know that I don't know. This is very important. Some people don't even understand that they don't understand, that they don't know. So that is a very important starting point. How to stir them up, how to show them what they are, and how to create a positive remuneration to attract the person, to motivate the person. As a psychologist, I am a big enthusiast of micro learning and even of micro habits. What do you have in mind when you say micro habits, micro learning? When I talked in my presentation, I mentioned a certain thing like self-evaluation and self-belief that I am able to learn a new thing. And with each new thing learned, I can motivate myself that I can go further and learn another new thing that strongly impacts through the habits. If I learn to form a habit in myself, a habit of learning, then this opens possibilities for new opens paths for new possibilities. For example, I learned Spanish language through Duolingo. Every day, 5 minutes. Every day. And you master that habit. And that is super effective. And then in the long run, that becomes my habit. Then somebody who is learning Spanish, somebody who speaks Spanish, micro learning, micro habits, it seems to me that for many people, this is a revolutionary idea and a paradoxical idea as well. Not so much intensity is meaning regularity, consistency is important, much more important. And you talked about that dopamine, that remuneration. If I raise for myself a goal to achieve some sports results, so I may have small tasks. I start from small tasks. One exercise a day, one press exercise a day. But the biggest and most difficult part is to take a decision to make 2 power pressures, then 3 power pressures, etc., etc. So the same applies to science, that micro habits, like a 2-minute task that you repeat every day, creates a foundation, positiveness, dopamine-based foundation for learning. Not so much important to achieve a quick result as to create a positiveness foundation that it is so pleasant for me to be interested in this and that thing. And then you get hooked and you can go further and further. I hear what you say on the individual level. The growth of dopamine is so important. Is it possible to expand that And the Inga, you are a psychologist as well. And a human being is, on the one hand, is an individual creature. She competes, wants to dominate, understandable. But also a collective creature means that a team stimulates that common joy, happiness, like playing basketball and winning, a team winning, etc. And I contributed, you contributed. So I would like that it's good to have that self-value, but what about that collective value? So that this is integrity, organization, community. So friends, let's do that together. When you talked, when you spoke, I thought that for each person, even if we do not admit that, is attention is important. So if we speak about the team, it is perhaps very important to be noticed, that each is noticed, admitted, recognized. We can negate that, but that is important, a very important motivator. Another thing, we speak about learning. Not all adults have possibilities. And you mentioned the book club to reflect, to talk over what you read. So adults should have certain communities in which they could talk about learning. When we were students, we really had certain groups in order to share impressions, etc. So there could be a certain community of adults that learn. A very good idea. Groups of learning adults. Yes, it would help us overcome the problem of boredom. So commonality, being part of the community, creation of interventions could be helpful, maybe on the municipal level, on the level of the communities. Maybe that could help involve persons, starting from discussions about potatoes and finishing with programming, etc. Of course, I'm exaggerating to be obvious. And Scandinavian examples are sometimes exemplary. And that Scandinavians learn while discussing, speaking at their glass of beer or wine, etc. So, but again, maybe there are cultural differences that are important. We Lithuanians are more individualistic, and maybe in Scandinavian countries as well, although not. But of course, emotional health is important. Mental health is important. When people, while playing domino, they also learn. And we as a state, as a society, win on that, not only individually, but collectively. Another thought of mine. It was born in me when Antanas shared his thoughts. Me as a psychologist often have a possibility to use different tools. And sometimes I research intellects, personalities, using tests, and it would seem that it's not so important what intellects are. But sometimes I do that intentionally. And that demonstrates a certain trend that a person with high intellectuality is okay, but other personalities reveal that the same person depreciates her mental abilities, fails to use them. It can be a pupil or an adult. They depreciate, and I am telling to them, look how much you have and how little you deploy. And when they see specific results, incentives are born to dare, learn, do, apply mental capital. You have courses of growing all of that, yeah. So we have to return to them. So what do we need? We need everything. Okay, people will choose. So, okay, we are getting closer to the end.
du dalykai. Vieną tai tuoj
And then
pasakysiu,
I will wrap up,
prašė
and maybe
kažkaip vat čia taip
the organizers
padaryt tokią
asked
apklausą mini tuoj.
to make a
QR
mini
kodą paleis ir
questioning.
galėsim
So
prabalsuot
we'll
visi,
show you a
čia patiko,
QR
nepatiko,
code.
bet
You will be
galvoju
able to
kažkaip
vote,
linksmiau pabaigt, taip apsnūdot visi,
and you're a
valgyt
bit,
jau gal ir
tired.
norisi,
Maybe we're all
nuovargio, ir
hungry,
tas oras toksai
and the
šiek
weather
tiek
is not
lietingesnis, tai kol jūs
inspiring.
balsuojat, aha, kol
And until you
atsakot
vote
į klausimą,
and
kas
answer
jums tiko ar netiko,
what was good, what was
ir
bad in this event,
kažkaip linksmiau pabaigt reikia.
we should finish on a more bright note. Šarūnas, I was thinking a lot recently about artificial intelligence. I have little knowledge. I studied a little bit research of neurobiologists. So scientists say that at the present time, AI is still behind human intellectual capital, but 30 years later, AI will exceed human abilities, capabilities, and scientists speak and say that we'll have a situation that our intellectual capacities will shrink. That maybe 1,000 years will pass until this is the case. And so, what human traits, characteristics, features are important in order we balance properly between the AI and our I, so that we are more active participants of our lives. So I will highlight that irrespective of technological topic and its relevance, I will still remind that soft competencies never disappear. We can create many things with technology, but if we have no critical thinking and not able to distinguish between what is true, what is a lie, then we can have more problems. And you remember that example of the case which was created from the information that was provided by the AI. So soft skills are very important. And motivations are very important, inner motivations. And these are very simple things. If we don't have them at schools, while being pupils, then that will continue later on in the homes of the grandparents, wherever. That cycle never finishes in the classrooms. It continues, and it's part of our learning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Šarūnas. Adult learning should be compared to the toilet. People should go there more often. Why are you laughing? Is that comparison funny? Maybe I finished improperly. Okay. Okay. What do we need to make learning interesting? The things are really good and successful in learning. I mean adults. Okay, I will make the question more difficult. What is common between the toilet and adult learning? The need. Necessary need. Very interesting thought. A need. Okay. No ideas. I'll help you. So things that things are good, both here and there. We need efforts. Yeah, to want a little bit, at least a little bit. Efforts are needed. It must be pleasant. Who would object? What else do we need? A wish, desire, yes. Efforts, okay. What else? Eating? Energy, okay. First to eat, and then to learn. You are very creative. Good ideas, yes. What else do we need?
O aš apie tualetą negalvosiu dabar. Gerai, apibendrinu. Visiškai sutinku. Reikia
Okay, I
norėti, kaip
agree.
sakėt,
One has to want
atsipalaiduoti.
and to relax,
Emocija po visko gerą emociją turi.
to have a good emotions.
Kaip lengva ant dūšios pasidarė, ne?
Yeah, when you feel so well after that is finished. Okay,
Kad tas nebūtų taip labai nuobodu visiems ir galbūt gerą emociją irgi
so we
sukurtų
joked a little bit.
buvimas tam suaugusių mokymėsi. Tai pirmiausiai labai labai ačiū už jūsų
So
įžvalgas.
I will finish by thanking for your insights, for your patience,
Kantrybė, dėmesingumą ir motyvaciją.
attentiveness, motivation to stay until the end.
Ir juokavom, ir rimtai svarstėm.
Yes, motivations are always very important.
Ačiū visiems
And I
tiems,
thank
kurie
all
padarė
people
viską, kad
who
mes čia
did
susitiktume.
everything
Įdėjo daug darbo ir širdies, kad
that
turėtume
it would be
jaukų
possible for us
pusdienį
to
šitą
meet and to
skanių
spend
pietų. Ačiū
the day
visiems.
successfully. I wish you delicious lunch. I thank you for participating. Yeah, so see you in future again.